welcome to our continuing adventures in Hollow Knight Silksong. This is our 18th segment of video, if you include disconnections, but also our second one since completing the first look at the end credits at the end of Act 2, which is so self-evidently not the real ending that it didn't even bother to report a completion percentage. We spent much of the last stream with a lot of aimless wandering in the map because there are a lot of things that we know according to just our general progress in the game, as well as achievements, etc., that significant amounts of content certainly remain to be done. At the very least, we may be missing an entire zone on the map that we have not yet discovered and mapped. And we know that we're missing master shards, spool fragments, many fleas as well, although we haven't really kept track of precisely how many that would be. So there's lots of exploration to be done, and we'll just have to roam around a bit and see what we can fill in. Now, so far, I previously suspected that maybe we're missing something to the east of the far fields, but that's before we completed this little path to the east of the Pilgrim's Rest, which is where we just wound up discovering a flea. I still kind of have my suspicions that something exists either there or possibly even in the top corner over here, because we know that above the Pale Lake there seemed to be an exit of some sort that dropped from the top, so maybe there's some path above it in the putrefied ducts that we want to explore for as well. In the meantime, though, it's been some time since we really made much progress. We really didn't manage to do anything other than obtaining one flea and buying a couple of things up in the shop in the previous session, so hopefully we'll be doing a bit better on that score today. I don't even remember why we still had the magma bell on. I guess we just never changed it out after leaving the zones where that would be relevant. Let's switch some things around, perhaps. Claw Mirror was lots of fun. Snitch Pick we had going for a little while. We hadn't used it that often, but we might as well farm some resources while we're just wandering the map anyhow. So, in terms of any of the wishes that we hadn't finished, I think at this point it was only the repeatable ones coming out of Belhard when it came to the courier quests. But we don't know what exactly triggers the availability of even more courier quests, so that's something potentially to look at. A couple of these rooms that seem to protrude into this empty area beneath the underworks might be worth a look as well. We don't exactly know where we'll be going, but certainly we have at least one whole zone to discover and much else we can poke at besides. So, previously I think we were just looking at this area. Craw Lake up top is where we originally obtained access to Threadstorm. I don't know if there will be anything else to check up there, but it might be worth a second look while we're still in the vicinity. So why don't we just roam around and take a look. And just getting accustomed to the game again after a couple of days off. Always takes a moment to shake things out a bit when it comes to just our aim at these enemies in particular, which gave us so much trouble all the way from the beginning. Maybe we should have put on that knockback protection for some of them as well, but anyway, we've been up to many of these places. Hadn't discovered anything previously, so... But there were many rooms in the earlier zones that we might have fully mapped, but missed corners of that were previously only accessible once we had later traversal powers like the grapple and the double jump. and which we might not have thought to check a second time. Oop. Oop, missing everything here. And let's just wait for it to come down so we can poke it a bit more. And hopefully not lose too many masks in the meantime. Now we're almost full up on shards, which is kind of nice after being broke on shards after several boss fights near the end of our time with Act 2. So I believe this was just previously where we obtained the Thread Storm, but I don't know if there's anything new to see here past this point, which we had traversed to before. I think this might just be a path coming back down. And I don't know that there's anything else that we can actually poke at here. So maybe a whole lot of nothing now that Thread Storm has already been acquired. Unless there's anything that looks soft over in this wall, probably not. Oop. So, yeah, there were some things that I wanted to check down the right side of Greymoor that we had mostly checked before, but you never know what we might miss on a second look. It does look like there's something to the right here. Did we go here previously? Yes. Oh wait, no, we didn't. Threefold pin, that's new. So there are some spots that we hadn't checked. What is a threefold pin? It is flat layered weapon craft to be thrown in the sets. Well, it must imitate, I think, the enemy attacks that also fan out in threes. If I absolutely had to guess. Good for big targets, perhaps. So we'll continue to check the right side here. So clearly we did miss something. A conspicuously glowing spot that we just hadn't checked previously, and indeed we are full up on shards. Yeah, nothing here by the looks of it. This is just exit only. We knew that. This area to the right always looks suspicious, like it was an exit from somewhere else that could be broken, because we previously didn't see anything on this ledge. But it could have just been a safety point for the platforming through here itself. So maybe we have exhausted some of this. Interesting that you can re-enter this, given that it previously locked up after we exited. So I wonder why it's letting me come back. It was true of several locations we've been to, actually, that they seem to open up again. And maybe that was just something after we passed a certain marker in the main quest, I would guess. But I would not have really thought to come back to check some of these places where we previously had the big ensemble fights. This one in particular, in Crawl Lake, being one that was very challenging for the longest time. I guess it's in case you missed any items the first go around, but it did lock up for a while, and I just don't know what the trigger was that reopened it at all. So yeah, you're not locked into this fight anymore, but the enemies do still exist. Possibly it's because it gives you access to certain enemies for the Hunter's Journal if they are difficult to find in other circumstances, but we don't really know that for a fact. That's all that's going to be in here. And it does seem like it's a dead end at this point. Wait. Is this breakable? Looks a little like it can be nudged. But I think maybe that's just what happens when you interact with the background, so maybe not. Yeah, very curious you're allowed to return. I think I did check this last time, too. But I don't think there's really anything else we are known to have missed. wonder what the point is of re-entering some of these dungeon spaces. Maybe there were missables of some sort. But let's make it back over to the other side. Nice to have a double jump in this location after it's formerly working as a bit of a one-way gate to get through here. Actually, that leads to a thought. We didn't really check above this area here. Look at that. That's me. Glad we checked this. Frayed rosary string, though. Not much to it, but there is an additional right up here that just connects to the top. I see. Okay. Yeah, previously we would not have been able to traverse that way unless we dropped down by some error, so... Okay, let's just continue back this way then. So already we are discovering some things just by combing the map. And in a state that is maybe a little more awake and alert than the last time we tried such things in this game. And it does connect all the way up to the top at this point as well. I think we'd gone all the way to the top here previously, and I don't quite remember what it was, but other than a lot of fights. Oh. You know, we're full up on materials. We can't actually just curve claw these. We want. Probably heal up. There we go. A little bit rough there, but in the end we made it. So let's see if I missed anything up here. Because maybe some of these jumps I couldn't have previously completed successfully, although it is accessible on the left side here, so maybe we had been up here all the way to the top. I think so, given there's nothing to collect over here. But worth checking anyway. As we found already on a few occasions. And Renophilia, welcome. Okay, now let's see what we can do on this side. So just dropped the far fields, again, just trying to comb through this somewhat systematically. I think once we get back to a Belbeast point, we might consider doing that second check over in the putrefied ducts zone that we were talking about earlier, since there was clearly something suspicious there that we were unable to traverse to at the moment. Maybe even put on the wall cling for that in case it assists with getting through certain locations. We'll just farm up what we can over here. I don't know that we really ever spent too much time in this top path. So everything is worth checking, potentially. I mean, in worst case, it's just more to go into Hunter's Journal, if there's anything that we haven't sufficiently massacred to this point. It seems like this is all pretty familiar. I actually don't even remember what this was in the path below the exit to the Sinner's Road. At this point, anything might be worth checking. We'll just revisit to NPCs just in case there's anything new, but this is not. I was surprised last time to discover that we did have new come back here. News seems to be gone once again, but here's a scroll detailing the scents and tastes of Farloom's various bugs and beasts. This one isn't talking to us. That's fine. So, well, we can check some of the top sections. I've been to everywhere on the left previously. But let's check the area below, once again, the exit to Sinner's Road. I only recently bought the map markers of Chakra. Because as with the original Hollow Knight, I never actually used the custom map markers as memos, perhaps to my peril. But I've thought about this, and I think actually the map markers would have been useful to get early as markers of things you had already done, so you don't spend too much time doubling back to rooms that you had already exhausted. This was not something we really adequately thought about at the time. So yeah, I think we finished everything that we wanted to do here. Don't even remember what this was, whether it was a flea location or some other collectible, but I think it was a flea. Regardless, that's gone. Yeah, even having already collected fleas marked would have been kind of helpful. This is something that even Super Metroid figured out a long time ago. And which Mario Kart World figured out recently, that having an areas completed or collectibles collected marker doesn't really give too much away. And that does save on a good bit of backtracking. So, yeah, all the way to the left here is a room where one of the NPCs that we don't know how to interact with yet was located. I don't remember what was in the lower area. Oh yes, this was where we acquired Reaper. Alright, in that case I think we go back down. I might actually just want to go straight back to Belhart because, first of all, we can spend some of our cash on decor. And secondly, we can see if maybe there's something like a career quest. Like maybe you do have to finish even the repeatable optional routes in order to unlock something. We never did complete the Songclave route successfully because we made one attempt that failed right at the end. So we should be looking into various possibilities like that. And also just going back to check other rooms and corners in case anything new presents itself. Anything that we might have neglected. Nice long reach on the Reaper is very helpful there. And I think we must have checked everything here before. All the way up to the top corner. You know what? We have shards. We can afford to just wreck these guys. This just takes you back to the central segment, which we've been to many times. We're not terribly systematic about this. And yeah, this just gets back to the Reaper area, which, unlike our lake, has remained closed. More silk spools on this side. So not much of note here that I think we didn't already know about in some capacity. Also, for some reason I'm still on a spear. I don't actually remember why. I mean, Spear got us through a pretty big chunk of the game and quite a lot of specialist fights besides, so. We had some kind of rationale for switching back to it last time, though, which I just don't recall. And this segment is just a return path down below. Yeah, we'll just take the Bellheart path from here after passing by Warwing's location over here. Oh, that's new. Oh, you can summon chakra with this. That's interesting. This is new. Hornet wielding needle. With my master's passing, I've resolved to improve my skills that in time I may match her prime. Much work I must do to achieve that goal. I've found this wide, bare stone, fine ground on which to train. Would you spar with me now? Raise that blade and test my rings. You may prove my greatest challenge yet. Let's save at a nearby station first. Aglo, answer your test, and my rings shall await your return. Okay, yeah, so this is new and happens only after the wish has been fulfilled. So let's grab a Bellheart bench. Just have something very close by, and then let's have a duel with Chakra. And see how we do now. Let's think about this. Might as well switch to other things that are more protective. We have Injector Band and Multi-Binder. What would we be concerned about with Chakra? Well, first of all, I don't think we need Shard Pendant at the moment, so we might switch that off. I'd say either Claw Mirror or a Memory Crystal. Long Claw might be good here too, just to give us a bit more reach. Wallet pouch so we can dump a lot of the sub-weapons. Might actually play traps on one of these, but using Throwing Ring against Chakra might be stylish in its own right, given that she probably has that herself. I think we're going to go with Memory Crystal. And I want to go either Scuttle Brace or Weighted Belt. Or we could just keep things as is, I think. Although recoil protection is always useful in some circumstances. Let's just keep things as is. I think we'll keep Spear, and we'll try to get a sense of what kind of pattern we're dealing with when it comes to what we're aiming towards. Okay, Chakra, let's fight. Here we go. We must never let our shells soften, or Farloom's sharp teeth will sink in quick. Would you duel with me, Hornet-wielding needle? Together we shall sharpen one another's skill. Let's do it. Gladly, Chakra. On this stone, let us test our shells. Okay, diagonal pattern. Yeah, throwing rings as expected. One mask each on those. Okay, we just run away from that stuff. Whoop. I feel like we want to go traps against her for sure, actually. We can just play keep away. Nope. Activated that a little early. I'm really down in mass already. Yeah, we're losing. But it's just a friendly duel, right? We don't actually lose out on anything. We don't have the cocoon to deal with either, so it's just a duel. Okay, we barely got a hit in that time, so we need to figure out how to dodge her pattern. This will take a bit of work. You recover quickly. Already my ring marks have faded from your shell. If you are prepared, let us duel again. We'll probably go traps. She's not really grounded, so we might not want to go tax, but definitely the aerial traps might be helpful here. Okay, not getting a lot of silk back here. Oh, Standing too close on the heel. So we kind of need to listen to audio cues, I think, if she's off screen. Now, the throwing range seems to be tossed downwards. Or in a down diagonal. I want to figure out the dodging pattern first before we expend too many resources on tools. But probably what will happen is that we wind up playing traps. Okay. Yeah, so 2 throws. Well, sometimes 1 throw if we hit her first. Actually, I just don't know her pattern yet. We might want to have Warding Bell because she's quick enough that I might need that extra protection on healing time. Nope, sniped. I feel like we're supposed to parry those, but let's do a quick little switch here. Might even have to learn how to play to counter. But let's find out. Well, if we go... I actually think maybe we go long pin for this. Because we're having trouble... Long claw, rather. Just reaching. Although, for healing purposes... Yeah, it's difficult enough to see her pattern that Warding Bell might be useful. But I'm going to try it with Long Claw first. Just so we're likely to hit her at all. Okay. Yeah, just need to get out of range of the stomp. Kind of need to get out of range on the side. Doing a little bit of defensively this time. I don't need to let her throw first, I think. It's tricky to see her pattern. Oh, total whiff. Yeah, just haven't figured out the projectiles yet, but the reach on the weapon is very nice, actually. Ramming into it a little bit. Had we not overspent in a spear there earlier, we might have gotten the heal, but... Oh, we'll see. It's all about the dodging pattern. So let's do it. Maybe use the environment a bit and get her close to the wall so we can have a more restricted range to play with. We don't want to accidentally leave the room, though, of course. So. Yeah, because if you have a longer reach with long claw, the nice thing is that you can kind of get out of range for a stomp and still get a swipe in. We'll be going for a heal relatively soon. Maybe we see if we can get a few more swipes in first. Oh. Here we go. Have it for some silk if we can. We'll just try to dodge and build up silk. Okay. Get out of there. It's the first time we've actually gotten any vulnerability out of her. Running low on silk. Oh. Okay, stabilizing slightly, but not enough really. Nope. Losing out a bit too much here. There's still a phase 1 pattern technically too, so hope it has something more complicated coming. What's that point? Nope, too close. Well, it lasted much longer that time. So some things are coming together a bit. I actually wonder if maybe we want to take multi-bind off and do something like Warding Bell, but I don't know. Depends on how efficient we can be about Silk for heals. We actually healed safely that time around. You can actually parry her quite a bit, but maybe Reaper Weapon is a little slow for such purposes. Nope. Nope. Okay. Maybe one more hit and we can get a heal. Well, half a heal. Was a little over-eager to pop it that time. I like the idea still of going long claw, just stay out of her blast radius and a stop. And still get a swipe in at a time. Nope. Smacked. So yeah, predicting what to do about the throw is a major issue here. I think we probably ideally should be parrying that, but difficult timing to catch. I always think we should maybe try a grounded strategy, except the issue is when she charges in like that. I have to listen to the audio cue for her charge. Because the thing is that if you stay straight on against her, then for the throw you can actually parry accurately. Oop. That did not work. You do need to dart out of that straight attack like that. So maybe we should try a grounded strategy. We'll try a couple of different things to see what winds up being most sensible when it comes to dodging. So much for grounded strategy. Nope. She does have a very clear audio cue for the charge ahead, but oh, that's okay. We actually did get healed down. Stood too close. Okay, good. More successful than usual that phase. Actually, if she's in the air and throwing, we have to try to go towards her to dodge projectiles. Okay. Nope, interrupted. Too bad. Slipping a bit. Very quick. Oop, that was quite a warp out for her that time. Maybe we should take advantage of that ledge on the right side. I don't know if there's a good way to do it. Better than usual. But you do need to be very quick. Yeah, we just don't really know what we're doing defensively in this fight yet. Nope. It's such a wide arena. That was the same issue with Morwing, is that because there's so much room to scroll all the way around that things get a little bit off screen, perhaps. You know, if you run away defensively, then your range of vision is not great. But if we can figure out how to maybe control her positioning on the warp. Okay, partial heal is still fine. Is it too close? There we go. Nope. Okay, good. Getting further. I don't see any phase 2 complications yet. I assume they're coming. Interrupted, unfortunately. It was a good opportunity for double heal, but we're slipping a little bit here. Slipping way too much. Triple stomp like that, was that me? What stomp? We must have hit a certain phase transition there for that many stomps to happen consecutively. Those should be easily dodgeable. Again, we'll scout more of the fight, and then we'll see whether to dump traps all over the place. Because of our aerial movement, I don't think we can go tax. It has to be the spike trap, sting trap. We can go poison sting trap if we can afford the slots for it. No, this has been falling apart. This attempt is not going. Kind of nice having a fight to work on, though, after not really encountering a notable boss at all on the last stream. Just wandering around looking for more content. I'm sure Chakra was doing the same thing in the meantime. Yeah, so she does do an up throw as well. That's something we were trying to speculate about earlier, whether she just throws at a downward angle. It's not the case. There is an audio cue for the throw, just that we don't necessarily know how to use that information to dodge just yet. Okay, oh. Dropped on top of her after this stun. Yeah, and we can kind of stay off at a bit of a diagonal as we swipe into her because of just a link with the weapon swipe. Instead of landing right on top. Oh, getting smoked by everything here. Be very quick. Okay, next heal. Nope, interrupted.
Kietska.
That's fine.
Pushanka. Kusa. Here. Ja. Pushka. Push. Kraki. Push. Pushka. Pushka.
Yeah, we kind of try to outrange her on the throw, maybe. Just try to outrun. Force her warp. It doesn't really work. Yeah, you need to parry at long range. If you can. Difficult to plan that, though. When you're unaccustomed to doing a whole lot of projectile deflection in this game.
Yanara.
Nope. Sort of unfortunate there. I'm back to landing the kill for once. Okay, what do we get her against the edge here? Anything? I just need to find a dodging pattern that works for projectiles. Seems to be the main issue we're running into. Getting a bit close. Maybe we do stand on this and take advantage of the positioning. To avoid a side attack more than anything. Having some trouble swiping anyway though. Okay. Okay. A little closer to the next heal, but not quite there yet. Yeah, very quick fight this one. We are fully loaded on shards, so if it turns out a trap strategy works, we might even go architect plus trap. Just so we can reload it. Just spam it all over the place. a poison trap.
Jor.
But we'll need to experiment with it. Right now we're just trying to figure out the dodging pattern
Jor.
and seeing as much of the fight as we can. Just fighting it in a vanilla fashion like this. That was a bit of a disaster here. Yeah. Maybe you do need to outrun her, and then after a certain point she warps in front of you and you just kind of swipe into her at the warp, maybe. I don't know, it's a little too unreliable though, because depending on being able to see her teleport position, maybe it's doable. The issue is mostly if she spawns right in front of you. You know what, we're gonna try this. Try a runaway and force a teleport strategy. Scuttle Race would actually be much better for it, but yeah. Oh, except she charged into you like that, and that doesn't work so well. Kind of outrange her. A little bit harder to read her though, that's the issue. We're trying to play this way. Now you can actually parry into her charge attack, but you have to be very quick at reading it if you want to play that way. The uppercut on Reaper does kind of help here with his positioning. Seems like we're dodging projectiles by luck more than anything. Yeah, that's not really much of an improvement to try to force the teleport. It's actually a little too difficult to read. Maybe we switch to Wanderer or something and then take advantage of the faster attack time on it to maybe land some parries, or we just spam. It has much shorter range though, that's the main issue with it. And right now we're depending rather heavily on long range. Okay, a bit more stable than before, but things can fall apart pretty quickly if you don't dodge projectiles, so. Oh, oh, missed a heal. Okay, let's try to pull up some silk for the next one. In a bit of a dangerous spot. Nope. Yeah, too bad we whiffed that one heal. We were otherwise doing alright, comparatively speaking.
Magina Fora.
Standing too close. Oh, too close once again. Yeah, you can parry into most things, we just don't have good timing on it. No. I was trying to get out of range to heal, and we just didn't have the movement down. I do still want to practice with the current setup. We'll make some changes in a bit once we want to make some improvements. Welcome, Mang. Oops. Bad start already. Really bad start. That's okay.
Fadastama.
Okay. Just barely missed my projectile that time. Nope, missed a heal. It's a really critical loss of silk there if you miss a heal like that. Nope, too close.
Tamirian.
Yeah, we really do need to get in the habit of parrying if there's new projectiles coming in, but we have to face the right way to do that, first of all. So again, we still have to learn the dodging pattern a bit better, but I'm already thinking about some changes we'll make to the setup. Oops. Standing too close. Luckily, she'll let me get healed this time. Oh, standing too close. Okay. Oh, way off screen for that. Yeah, when you jump to dodge the first projectile, you drop immediately to dodge the second projectile. That's assuming we dodge in the first place, of course. The drop is a good timing to try to spot a heal in between. Oh, assuming we don't just run into it. No, too close. Almost doubled there. Missed the heal. I thought she was going to stomp. We misread that, but we were in a bit of a desperate position. There's a lot of silk. Now we just broke a window on that one. Dangerous. A little further, but still lots of issues to work out. Okay. At this point, let's make a few small changes. Now, do we still want to use the long claw as a crutch? Maybe. I actually think that warding bell might be better, because getting caught out during the heal has been a bit of an issue. Or we have Druid's Eye to basically have more silk intake, since we expect to take a certain amount of damage anyway. And we just pull it directly back into heals. I think we're going to try that. We'll see if we can manage with a shorter range. I haven't really found something good to use here. Cross stitch, if we ever learn to use it properly, it might be very good in a fight like this, but we haven't had much of an opportunity with it. We haven't really been able to use the central attack at all, actually, which might be a reason to switch to Architect, potentially. I don't keep Curve Claw because she's in an aerial position so much, but we're going to dial in Sting Shard and see if that can be an improvement. Actually, Cogfly might work, just to have some damage going on while we are mostly just attacking. I don't know if we ever are close enough for Threadstorm to be a factor here, because she just moves too quickly and would get out of it. I think we'll stay on Spear for the moment. But the thing about Sharp Dart is that it could kind of work defensively as well, maybe. I think we'll just stay on this for the time being. We're not, again, using much of that. On yellow, I wonder if maybe the recall protection might help here. Scuttle Brace might. Everything else is maybe kind of immaterial to this. Let's go Scuttle Brace, just in case we need it in an emergency. And you know, since we don't need a compass for this, let's just go both and then see if removing the knockback is going to be beneficial to us here. Okay. Yeah, she's gonna be pretty quick, so. Okay. Okay, at least I popped some traps. The other one's way too high. It's a little bit of damage there, good. Having more silk available for the heals is, I think, instantly beneficial, but we are taking too much damage. I'm also noticeably not hitting as much without the benefit of the long claw, so we might not stay with that because I'm just not being able to reach. And we did use way too many traps on that early on. Maybe we should save those for a later phase. Let's actually refresh those first at the bench. Yeah, I am not convinced that we've really seen any kind of phase transition yet. We might not have really made it that far. The pattern intensifies a little bit, but it might just do so randomly already. Yeah, I'm not sure that we're really benefiting from the silk intake yet. However, for faster heals, it may actually be alright to maybe change a multi-binder with that. Then you have the quick heal, and you have more silk intake to make up for the fact that we're only getting 3 mass back rather than 4. That might be an approach we take here. Where... let's do this. One claw here, maybe... yeah, Druid's Eye instead of multi-bind, as long as we remember to count our hits here. Maybe I was also still positionally kind of adjusting to the fact that we're not getting the knockback. But we'll try a few things. I have to be willing to experiment a bit. Even though, of course, the main issue here is just not getting the dodging pattern. But yeah, the long range, I feel like we kind of need to hit her from a safe position.
Nesvir.
I have to remember that we're healing 3 mass rather than 4. Oh. Nope. Oh, in big trouble. And then we do the quick heal and then get out of trouble without stalling for too long. Because, yeah, playing against an enemy that has such an advantage over speed, we do need to change what we're doing for heals. Have them be more frequent. And also come down as quickly as we can manage. Okay. Yeah, the healing actually feels quite a bit more comfortable this way. Not quite where we needed in order to get a heal down. We just needed maybe one more tap out of that for it to succeed.
Yanara.
Heals definitely felt more comfortable that time now. Even with the lower throughput. Okay. Nope, interrupted. In big trouble. And stood too close. It does feel slightly improved. The heals are going down more successfully. The silk is recovering fast enough that as planned we are able to make up for the smaller heal than what we've been accustomed to all game. Yep. Amazing aim on her weapon. Nope. Again, we don't need to stand quite so close. Interrupted? Nope, should have waited for her to show the attack pattern first before we calculated whatever was safe to pop that. Generally, you want to heal when she's doing her drop. We haven't really been using the scuttle brace, but it's because we've been in so many rapid fire situations where there hasn't been much time to really think about that and work it back into our defensive repertoire. Particularly as an air dodge, I think it works well.
That's fine.
But we don't have a good sense of how to use it naturally in this kind of situation just yet. We had a couple of fights where it helped quite a bit, but this one was just still working out, really. Oh, getting smacked by everything here. Good. I actually have her for quite a bit of silk here, which is great. Which is not great. Dangerous. If we can get enough silk back, then we're okay. Getting too close here. I'm gonna try one thing, which is if you drop a trap before you activate her fight, does the trap stay on the board? Wait, hang on. Say no for a moment.
Magina fora.
Okay.
Hironare.
Yes, hits her right away. So naturally we should always do that. I actually wondered if the drill might work here too. Yeah, unfortunately her projectiles do clear the traps pretty well, and so... Okay, not safe, but at least we got some points of healing down. Whoop, nope. Alright, despite not going back to the bench to reload traps just yet, I do want to try a few things with them, and... Oh, okay, no. They activate each other like that too, so we want to be careful. So we should... Hang on. If you stand too close, the input kind of overrides. So speak to her like this. Just get a very slight opening advantage. Let's see how it works. We're not going to do that every time until we become a little more confident in our ability to get further in the fight, but... Oh, didn't see that coming. Nope. It was actually an accidental spear, but we'll take it since it actually hit. Is it too close? Nope. When she does it consecutively like that, we're having trouble with the landing sometimes. Nope, still too close. We need to be ready to air dash out of the side in circumstances like that. We just had enough for a heal there, but no time. Let's reload traps just in case we need them. Maybe if she's doing the forward attack like that, attacks could actually work. But we'll see. Haven't really had much time to put in our tools edgewise. Wow, getting shocked already. Is it too close? Okay, caught her in the middle of that attack. Hit by everything here.
Kietska,
Buenera.
Pushanka, Kusa, Pushka, Pushka, Yoshke, Pura, Kusa, Pushka,
Maybe fighting along the edge here and restricting our range of movement does help, but we're not really there on that yet. Because it looks like we have a little more control over the position in this spot. Because when you know she's charging in, then she's going to hit the wall there. And if she's on top there, we know how to get out. Thought I could just hide around the corner there when it came to projectiles. That was not as successful as we would have liked. Dashed the wrong way into that one. But I think we should practice fighting that location because then we at least have a reliable position that we can track on a screen. And we can find a good dodging pattern from this corner for projectiles, then we might finally develop a method, which has been sorely lacking for us in this fight. That is not the method. Yeah, here we can at least see her a little more reliably. Projectiles are still kind of nonsense, but that can be worked on. Nope, still Looking for a heal opportunity here. That's as close as we'll get, I think. Falling apart a little bit here. Really been practicing with those throwing rings, I see. Yeah, we just still don't have a reliable method to dodge rings yet. My feeling throughout it is that it is designed around an expectation that you parry them back. Or maybe do side dodges. But maybe just get under her for that, but then you're at risk of a stomp if you don't know what you're doing. Nope, bad timing. I feel like we do have to react to the throws by audio cue, but we don't have a reliable movement out of them, so... Okay, let's... Yeah, you do have a little bit of advance notice for when she's going into the throw. It's just trying to dodge around where you think she'll throw, like this more positional issue right now rather than a timing one. Yeah, she does have a tell for it. What she doesn't have is a tell for the angle, as far as I can tell. Maybe a side dodge works better for those. Let's just chart repeatedly. Works for me. Nope, too close. Okay, still getting Reaper Silk off of this. It's beneficial. Oh. Getting cut apart a little bit here. Got to pay attention. I think fighting here is almost certainly the right idea, though. Everything feels a lot more under control. There we go. Phase 2. Or has she decided to accept our victory? I guess so. Okay, that worked out pretty well. Yeah, once we found a reliable position there, once we got a heal timing down, and once we listened very carefully to the audio cue for the projectiles, that was actually it. Ndak, well struck. To face the fury of your weapon in a true battle would be an experience indeed. Would gladly duel you again if you have time for it. Another time, Chakra. I'm always eager to learn, but for now my tasks call me away. Back below, answer your tasks then. My rings shall await your return. So we don't get anything for that then. Apart from experience of victory. Well, who knows? Maybe we have a reason to fight her again at some point. I don't know if it'll acknowledge our existing victory. Probably not. But let's change some things around. Back to how we wanted them before. How was I doing on shards? We spent about 100 of them. It's fine. We just get back into what we were comfortable with. Never did end up using that scuttle brace here, I guess. Right, and we were going to buy some furnishings here. And put Snitch back here. Okay, so gleam lights, the bell lacquer. If we want to make things really fancy, let's go for the gleam lights. And we'll see how they look. Whether it's purely cosmetic or if it has just a slight benefit like how the other decoration we bought at a desk could expand what you could read about in your logbook. Yeah, lovely lighting. I don't know if that really does anything for us. We still just see the same things logged here as before. Anything but the repeatable quest? Yeah, just a repeatable quest. So, we may do the Sunclave delivery just to see if having completed every delivery once does anything. And also to make up for the previous failure we had with it. Also, let's change out of traps again. Rather like going drill, but we'll see what makes sense. But do we want 2 long-range weapons? You know what? We haven't really played around with threefold pin. Let's just put that on just to try things out a little bit. And we'll put this back on drill. Maybe even cogfly if we want to strategically avoid damage. And play a bit of keep away since we're potentially protecting the delivery. In that case, I don't know if anybody else has something to tell me. Beller, you are always welcome. You and your big, sharp blade. I wonder if they sing anything to me. We hadn't really tried with the couriers. Bring it now, bring it now. Carefully, careful now. Not too hasty now. Not too slowly now. Bring it now, bring it now. Okay, so let's pick that up. And let's go to Sunclave. Again, as to repeatable supply delivery, I'm not really counting on this doing anything for progression, but it does behoove us to check. So, previously, like I said, we did take the right side route, and I think I'll probably do that again. It avoids the blasted steps run. But yeah, that's with taking the left side from Sinner's Road out to the exhaust organ. That's how we'd be doing it. Which actually makes me think that maybe we should put on maggot protection, but well, we can't really take damage anyway, so. Let's go through Greymoor safely as we can. And try to avoid conflict. Previously, when we did this, we were alright up until the final climb past the Grand Bellway, and then it fell apart. Rather embarrassingly. These dive down below, let's not mess with them. Here. We can just do that, and then probably float across safely. We take the lift out of the next area to head up towards the Sinner's Road exit. In Sinner's Road, we just try to avoid the muck dwellers, for the most part, I think. And we should be fine. Yeah, they're not too difficult to evade in this section. Now we do have to be careful with the climb up in this section and despawn enemies where we can by going into adjoining rooms. This one in particular is a big nuisance with the projectiles everywhere. Okay, just 4 hits on that. That's fine. 3-fold pin or the 3-fold win. You know, let's just get one of these out here. Good. Yeah, keeping at range is everything here. We'll have plenty of benches on the way, I think, to give out items afterwards. Bit low on the pins now, but that's expected. Then it's going to be to the top left in this section. Right, and there's a big guy here that we need to just poke safely from below. Taking really slowly. No need to start conflict. We'll be able to reach once he's back on this side. I mean, at this point we can probably just poke him down pretty quickly upstairs, but I'd rather not mess with him. It's quite a landing that he makes. Very impactful. Builds up a good bit of silks too when you do that. Okay, so this big column over here, we never really checked much about it, but let's be careful with environmental damage. Guess here we should have checked if there's anything up top, but this will suffice, I think, and then just handle things very carefully. This takes you up to the vicinity of where we're going to go through the underworks. I don't think we really have a shortcut as such, besides just going through the exhaust organ itself, but that can be done. Got one of the small enemies up here that we'll need to probably pin, and then we'll reload the pin at the bench. Spendy, but worth it. Now, in terms of how to make it through here, I really don't recall much about it. I know we went through Phantom's room and then just the way through. I think it is. Good thing we floated before hitting the spikes down there. I now realize, never really did much to check the right side here, did we? Maybe we did. Now's not the time to play around with it, though. Let's complete the delivery. And wait, no, we've been here. This isn't the way through. We actually needed to go through the interior into the middle. Yeah, we collected whatever it was we collected here before. That had been seen already, so it's not through this side of Phantom's room. It is through another ascent in the middle, now that everything's been safely deactivated. What is? Oh, nope. Well, there's 1 point of damage right there. Very needless. Very careless. Yeah, this is Phantom's fight. There we go. Let's not get squished by the lift. Up. I said, let's not get squished by the lift. That's 2 points of damage. I said it, and then we did it. Very unfortunate. Well, that kills almost half our margin of error here, which is unfortunate. But we'll push through here up to the Grand Bellway and hopefully not have any more self-inflicted mishaps quite like that. And that every point's going to count here. On the way up. So you'll notice that the Cogfly has stayed alive all this time, since it has not taken incoming damage from anybody. Still think this central passage looks suspicious, like we really had a way to get through it that we just haven't really dealt with. Gaming Sage, welcome. Coming with a party of 5. Hope you enjoyed your Mario Party over there. I really do feel like there's something that would allow you to traverse the central column. I mean, every time we've seen those kinds of passages, that has been the case, but we'll have to come back here and explore after we've finished the delivery. Yeah, every single time that has been indicative of something. Okay, now here is the bit that we filled it previously. Let's just work our way up. So you were having Mario Party 3 dual mode. And your main event was Kirby's Dream Land 3 co-op. Oh, you mean through Nintendo Switch Online, yeah. I haven't taken nearly as much advantage of the online co-op that's possible, or online play in general that's possible in Nintendo Switch Online. Because when I tried it initially back when it launched, we tried doing multiplayer Dr. Mario and the like, and it was just too laggy back then, but I have a better connection than I used to, so I really should have considered getting back into it. Oh, whoa, whoa. There's 2 points of damage. So, nope, there's the delivery. We just blew it. Okay, I guess we have to redo everything. Should have just used the sub-weapon against this guy. That's okay. Alright, guess we're starting this one over. Yeah, I've got my Switch on a wired connection these days, so everything should work much better all around. Okay, so Sunclave delivery failed once again. We'll go back and do it at some point, but I do want to investigate this that we talked about. This bridge here, whether it's possible. I don't know way through it. Oh yeah, that's just a drop from this stage, so we actually had been here before. This just intersects the passage down from the stage up above, so we have seen it. Alright, in which case, let's just try to attempt the delivery again. That was a very careless way to fail. Yeah, I've been playing a little bit of Kirby off stream myself. Been in a bit of Kirby catch-up mode ever since we finished the Forgotten Land expansion on stream. So I actually played through Planet Robobot, which I had picked up as the 3DS eShop was going down a few years ago, and so it had kind of sat along with a huge pile of backlog of last-minute 3DS acquisitions. And finally decided to go through it. Recently I also was playing the Return to Dreamland remaster, or re-release. And so taking off a lot of boxes before we proceed to Air Riders or something. Did we pick that up close to its launch? Okay, let's try this one again. And no, the gaming stage, I had my 3DS copy again when they had the eShop closing sale a few years ago. I picked up a whole pile of things, including, it may interest you to know, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, on 3DS. That's kind of been on my to-do list as well. And I know you're an Ace Attorney connoisseur, so... Alright, so we got the delivery once again. Let's try out the same route. The route does work. We got all the way to the last segment. And then fell apart in dramatic fashion. We have methods worked out for most of this. What we don't have is protection against carelessness. No, the gaming stage, I'm not streaming them because they're on 3DS. I've just been playing them off stream. I don't have anything for 3DS capture set up. My 3DS battery, unfortunately, is completely shot. It deteriorated very quickly after a long period of inactivity a few years ago. So I do have to keep it plugged in permanently these days, because it just has no battery life to speak of. It was a very good battery for the longest time. I had a full charge on it for years. I was also using my 3DS nearly every day for years. But then after Switch 1 came out, obviously, it became inactive comparatively for quite some time. And after that point, when I returned to it a few years later, I think I might have forgotten to sort of half deplete my battery before I put it in storage, which is the problem sometimes when you sort of abruptly drift away from a system, is that you don't necessarily take care of battery health. But if you don't take care of battery health before storing battery-based devices for a long period of time, then you just have a sudden deterioration the next time you go back to them, right? And so suddenly I found my 3DS battery capacity to be down to half an hour or so before it started blinking. Really quite unfortunate given what great shape it was in before. I should just replace it at some point, but the problem is that my backplate on the 3DS has its screws a little bit stripped. Because I also wanted to replace my circle pad on it at some point. Since the circle pad actually broke years ago, it broke multiple times in fact, despite some super glue repairs to keep it steady. So I do want to replace both the circle pad and the battery on my old unit. And I never sent it in for repairs or anything because it was one of the collector's units. It's the Animal Crossing 3DS. And oh, we forgot to put on the Cogfly. Hang on. You know what? We'll just spare it. That's fine. And I understand that people had sort of uneven repair experiences even when Nintendo was still doing them for 3DS when it came to collector's editions, because sometimes they just wouldn't have the collector's replacement part, right? And in terms of getting a replacement unit completely, well, because I had sort of the original 3DS XL, I was always kind of in the market for a new 3DS XL. And I regret not getting one. I mean, you know, it's one of those things that I absolutely could not justify back when it did release. Because I already had a 3DS that was working well, but for the longevity of the platform, because I was, whoops, interested in some things like the head tracking feature anyway, I really should have picked up a 3DS XL, and unfortunately, those have not really gone down in price at all. They've remained pretty difficult to obtain. Especially because with the 3DS in particular, I think it is always going to be a system where there are some obvious advantages to playing on original hardware rather than emulation, right? And it's not just things like the 3D screen, it's even... I know some things like input latency on rhythm games has still really not been solved when it comes to 3DS emulation, and of course to I think it was the Citra emulator, sort of ceased development a few years ago after legal difficulties. And so until such time as Nintendo comes up with a solution like what they just did for the Virtual Boy, I think the 3DS is always going to be a bit of a hot retro item, simply because until you have, I don't know, patents expiring 20 years from now or something, you aren't really going to have some kind of adequate replacement for precisely what it does. Even though, obviously, people have tried to put together some third-party DS hardware. Yeah, you're saying you're not a picky guy despite you getting the Switch 2 over to Switch 1? Whoop, same spot as before. This is the same place we made a mistake last time. The exact same jump. And so now we're, unfortunately, 2 points down in mistakes. Let's not get squished by our own lift this time. Last time I said I would not, and then we did it anyway. Yeah, definitely a bit of deja vu. You know, we repeat mistakes way too often. So yeah, I hit my first set of end credits in this game a few days ago, but it was very clearly not really the ending. And so we've just been combing through the map ever since to see what else I might have missed. And I know I'm missing a lot, for sure. But yeah, I was always kind of interested in the new 3DS just for things like the 3D head tracking, because I am someone who likes to play with the 3D effect cranked all the way up. But of course, it does have issues when you have situations where the system isn't holding perfectly still in front of you. So, yeah, the gaming stage, one of the improvements of the new 3DS XL, apart from processing speed on the OS and supporting some things like, I think it was Super Nintendo Virtual Console back then, and very few pieces of new software, like the Xenoblade port back in the day, the main draw of the new 3DS line, rather than the original 3DS line, was that on the 3DS cameras, they have a head tracking feature that was said to substantially improve the stability of the 3D effect. That was always reason number one to consider system. Oh! Okay, we're down to 1 point in the exact same spot, so we're just about blowing it here. We need to be very careful on the way up, or we will lose. Yeah, nearly lost a projectile there. But we'll just hit those at range whenever we can. It's mostly those flyers that we're concerned about on the way up. Other things are pretty simple to dodge, I think. And build up some silk, perhaps, for the spear attack if we can. Good. Dogfly is putting in the work here. And yeah, it is camera-based tech in terms of how the head tracking work. That's the part of the hardware it's using. Okay, good. Yeah, we got run over by that guy, so we need to make it over to the top with no more additional damage. Okay. But then again, it's the flyers that we're most concerned about. These ones here. Just try to tail him down and avoid any other issues. Also, we don't want him to do the projectile pin against us. We can get Cogfly towards him. Well. Good, got him. Am I talking about the visual 3D effects? Yes. That's because of the way the 3D screens are layered. Rather, the way the 3D effect is created by two displays that are layered over each other. As with holograms in general, on the original 3DS units, if the unit is kind of moving in front of you a lot, if it's off angle, you know how with the 3D slider set to maximum, it can have that kind of blurriness to it where it looks like the displays are askew, right? So what they did with the new 3DS was they used the data from the camera to check the player's movement. And then turns out that if you do that, that you can compensate for any movement of the 3DS relative to the player's head to improve the sightline for the 3D to maintain that stability. And so reportedly it was the best thing about the new 3DS. Oh, almost. Getting a little risky here. Hey, poke. Here we go. Thank you, Cogfly. Almost there. Okay, hopefully no complications in this section. Yeah, you asked because you didn't see much of an issue back when you played Super Mario 3D Land on the original 3DS. Yeah, for most games I didn't really notice too much of a problem. I had trouble with it for things like Mario Kart 7 or for Kid Icarus, where they're very movement-intensive games, where I found that my 3DS was sometimes tilting a bit just because I was, you know, working the buttons in the control stick so much. Track him. Yeah, just hit him from afar. There we go. There we go. Well then, Cogflies. Good. Cogflies absolutely getting me through this. Okay, now... Oh yeah, we're actually on the upper level here. The lower level is better for this, because then we don't deal with the cricket enemies that have that massive range to them. I think we need to watch out for environmental damage here from all this stuff. Let's watch out for this ledge in particular. There we go. And then this flying enemy up here. I think we're in the clear at this point, as long as we don't. There's a massive own goal from bumping into a platform from the side or something. Let's turn this in. This goes to Jubilana, right? Actually, who does it go to? Let's talk to everyone. Caretaker, of course. It brings supplies from the town of Bells below the Citadel. And badly needed they are, Miss Bellringer. Ain't much finding or foraging happening with this mob. What with them acquired types all stalking about the chambers beside. So yeah, I found the stereoscopic 3D to be really quite impressive with Planet Robobot, actually, in terms of the game design actually making sense for the 3DS screen specifically. You could tell it was kind of a mature title on the system, in that you had a couple of years of development experience going into how to make the 3D meaningful and useful. The gaming stage you're saying, anyhow you should get going, work's coming up in the morning soon. And it's going to be weird considering you have a water main break issue lasting for a couple of days. Yeah, I hope your water supply is not too interrupted. But thank you once again for the raid and for coming to hang out. And we will indeed have fun with a stream. Okay, so we finally got this delivery down. I don't know that it does anything, given that it's the repeatable quest. I think we bought everything meaningful off of Jubilana already, but we have a pretty pile of cash now for things, so... all of these marvelous healing supplies. And yeah, nothing new when it comes to dialogue here, so far as I can tell. So we should figure out what else we're trying to get done. I wonder if taking Ventrica takes the cogflies off. Maybe it does. I'm wondering if there's anything else that we didn't already see in the Whispering Vaults. I think we had connected all the passages that looked relevant at the time. Up in the Memoriam, obviously in that central room, it seemed like it was one of those with an unlimited ceiling to it, and one never knows if that's an actual boundary. Right, because it's the balcony on the left side. And I don't think we could actually get above that. Well, I think the natural thing to do is actually to see about some of these other locations here. To see if there's some corner that we never properly poked into. Because the scenario that we're considering specifically is whether there were places where we uncovered the entire room on the map, but there was a corner of the room that was previously inaccessible. And which we never went back to check a second time. Very difficult to say. So I'm just looking over this carefully. Yeah, again, we should have marked locations where we successfully completed things. I think when we were climbing the Cogwork Core, I don't know if there were any side passages that we might have potentially missed on the way up. It seemed like it was a comparatively linear platforming room, so I don't know if there was anything to check. With the Memoriam, we of course had the big flea, I think, up top. I don't know if that had any remaining rooms to it. I think what I want to do is go back to the Grand Gate to check on the fleas, because I think we had checked at the end of the previous stream after the most recent flea we had collected, so I don't think there's anything new, but maybe it's worth a look. And we'll go there by Ventrica. Looks like it left the cogflies behind. And indeed it did, so yeah, the cogflies don't follow you in such a situation. Oh, this is new, isn't it? Or did I previously collect whatever there was in this room? I think I had. So never mind. check everything along the way. This room, it looks like we had been to previously, but then why is it just a dead end? What useful thing have we previously found here? Can't even remember. Might have been a Silk Eater location or something. Well, we have found a few new things today in terms of scraping old locations, even back in Greymore along the walls. So, oh. So for instance, even this top left side here, don't remember if it was something. I know we've been here for sure. Definitely we'll want to go back to Belhard at some point as well, just to see if there's any acknowledgement that we've cleared every delivery quest at least once. Maybe even if there is something repeatable there, we should try to clear the board. Do something as simple as a delivery to Bone Bottom. So here we've been through previously. I don't know if there's anything else in this segment that we hadn't already traversed through. And we've been to the top right here as well, for sure. Whoop. Yeah, because this was rosaries, I think, but this was something else we collected. Well, let's see about those fleas. Also, this big central area over here seems pretty emptied out these days. The fleas have taken up residence here where the last judge used to be. You have luck, Miss Hornet. Yeah, same thing as he's always said.
Benny Frank.
And the fleet master's still looking for more. And we've checked the spot before. Despite what a suspicious character he's reputed to be. I don't know if visually we just count fleas. I know we're after a halfway mark on them because we had an achievement for it, but we still seem to be missing quite a few. And I don't even know if something like right here even counts. Yeah, I think we've got something like 15 or 16 or so, depending on the ones in the background, which are just barely out of view. I think the grubs in Hollow Knight 1 were actually a little easier to visualize in terms of how much progress you had or hadn't made. Sands of Karak would check pretty thoroughly. I don't know if there was anything else to return to over there. Now, it did seem like the drop from the Grand Gate to where we had fallen down on the broken lift has been sealed off. I don't know if there's a way to reopen it. Maybe we do need to do that from below if there's a way, but yeah, so it has been closed off. I don't know if there's a way to reopen anything here. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it's still kind of mysterious to me that we didn't get anything off of Chakra, except, of course, for this entry, I guess. It hadn't occurred to me to check the journal over here, but I guess the purpose of defeating Chakra is to get the journal entry. Surprising that that's all there was, but we shall see. Now, if we go back to Belhard, at this point we can actually afford the last cosmetic upgrade on the player housing. And there's another passage to the right which will take us back to the Underworks, which I think I would like to check. Oh, battery, that's unexpected. Well, hopefully we don't run into too many warnings, and that must be because we had such a time to rumble effect on it. Or maybe I just didn't have it charged properly when I last plugged it in. Obviously that can cut things pretty short today if we do have battery issues later in the stream. This, while we're holding it here, we don't have a good alternative. I do have a Switch 1 Pro controller sitting around, but it is encountering a drift. And has for some time. This way went down. We never actually really checked this right side spot here, did we? We know it goes like this, but then is that seriously all there was to it? Because that was something suspicious that we never really looked into, whether that connects. It looks very much like it's supposed to connect from the whiteboard on the right side. That something would spill back down here above. So that might be worth checking because we never really poked around those corners. In fact, let's do it, because if that is the case, then we'll have a way to connect back down here. And then continue down below to do a second check on the Underworks. One of the things we hadn't checked as well is that industrious character who's been spinning away in the Underworks for an absolute pittance. The hamster wheel room, essentially. Because that's one NPC that we hadn't revisited, and we don't know at this point which NPCs would unlock things on a further visit, so that's something we should naturally work towards. Is something glowing up above? No, it's not. It's just the same area we've seen before many times. And all this would see many times, nothing new here. That one stays grounded the whole time, so he's to deal with. Have we been through the central area here? We must have. Yeah, of course. This is the core part of this area. And that is the connection point over to the right side. So we'd seen all that before. Might as well double check this room in case there was something, because we never actually... Anything else out of it? Is this new? This passage seems new. Had I checked this previously? No, we had. We've been here. Shelving here all taken apart. Looks like there's a reason to reveal something here with the strands of silk still visible. All our wealth. All the glory. All to end like this. Beauty faded. All our wealth. All our glory. Yeah, the last remnants of this civilization. So we wanted to go down to check whiteboard. I think we still will. I don't know if there was anything else to inspect here. We've gone around here many times. This bench. So we're going to check the bottom left area to see if it actually has some kind of connection to the water that spills into that other bench area above the underworks. This seems like it's just a standard passage here that wraps around. Also, it seems like there's something, whoops, below where the lift goes, if you look at the shape of the room. I don't know if we had checked that, but in order to do that, we'd have to raise the lift. Let me see if we can give it a tap from afar. No, and you have to be inside to lift it. So yeah, it looks like there might be something right below where this lift is. I don't remember if it's something that we would have checked, but on the map you can clearly see that as a possibility. You would need to raise this and come up from below in the underworks. Maybe that's something we'll need to do, but let's check this area first, because that looks like it's something that's potentially a thing that we may have missed. Yeah, all this was checked previously. Oh, what did we do this? Ornate lock mechanism with a keyhole at its center. This is new. And speaking of ornate locks, well, we know of two of them now. Because there's the ornate lock here. And there's also the other one for the diving bell in deep docks. This I'd completely forgotten about. Any clues? No. So we know we need something to open ornate locks. Whether it's something repeatable, or if it's one key per lock, we'll just need to see. Yeah, I'm trying to see here if there's something that will connect to that other passage. Doesn't seem so. But we are going to try to be thorough. Yeah, because this just wraps around to the middle segments. I think we do raise the lift and then come back from the underwork side. Just to be perfectly diligent about it. Come on. Could have taken the mirror, actually. For the extra damage we can get. So, nothing here. Just gonna check. This just drops you back down this way. Oh, that one... Yeah, this enemy is one of those bound in silk. We've seen it before. I don't know how thoroughly we explored this, though. Because we might not have been that thorough the first time we were down here and just trying to map things out. So this comes through the central shaft. Like I was saying, what we should do is raise it and then come back. Oh. You need to step on it a little longer, I guess. Oh, nope, nope, missed it. That's how to do it. You raise it and then you go down to low. Oh. That is exactly how you do it. I just missed my chance. Okay, let's loop back around. We know how to do it. Actually, does this connect to the right? It does not. So we do need to wrap around, then we'll raise the lift up below. I don't remember if we checked this previously because this was much earlier in the month. Also, there was a lower passage that just gives you visibility over what's going on in there. Oh, really don't want to deal with this guy. There we go. Okay, hit the button for long enough, then drop in and go around the side. There we go. Now we check the bottom. This is new. There we go. One of the remaining spool fragments. Okay, so we're actually getting some business done by combing over the map so carefully. This, I think, was just a Silk Eater location. Yeah, I'm glad we spotted that possibility immediately when we came by. Now, we didn't manage to find that connection point to the underworks that I wanted to find. So maybe we should actually head back up. Because if we come down here, that gets us back to where the architect is. We have 2 more things to spend on there when it comes to craft metal, but we just have 1 piece of craft metal and are missing the other, so I don't know if we want to spend that just yet. Over at the 12th Architect shop. But I guess we're combing through the map anyway. It makes a certain amount of sense to thoroughly sweep our way back there. I'm just looking at the map very carefully to see if there's some other protrusion that we never really took care of properly. Because it may be faster to go out the other way. But in the interest of revisiting territory that we may not have covered fully the first time, let's just do what we can here. Low battery in both controllers. I really didn't expect it. Must be because the rumble has just been hitting these like crazy. Thought I'd charge mine. But, yeah, we may wind up with a short session today just because of that. Actually, I have to check these things properly before it's next time. I bet it's almost certainly because of the rumble, because we were fighting in Greymoor earlier. Greymoor does have this constant raindrop rumble effect, and we were spending quite a lot of time on the Chakra Jewel under those circumstances. And did we ever fully check the top layer here? Enter. Did we not enter this previously? This seems familiar. What was this bit? We've been here. Yeah, no, we've done the fight here. Don't know if there's anything else worth checking. Oh, whoops. And then this area... Oh, we had gone down here previously. I'm aware. Not seeing our typical exit. Hang on. Let's do that. Just to be safe. Oh no, the exit is up top, that's why. Here. We've gone down there previously. I don't know if there was something else to check. I haven't been back here in quite a while. So we do want to be cautious about everything. In particular, this seems new. This side room. Have we seen it? Oh yeah, we had seen it. We just had to previously build this thing. I'm gonna die here if I'm not careful. Right, we had actually slapped that one previously quite a bit. Let's go cogfight against it. Yeah, we had checked that room. We had died here before, in fact. Let me check my nearest bench. Nearest bench is just bottom and then to the left at the architect section, so... Let's just be very careful. And we'll heal up at the architect. There's one that was chained here. It looked awfully suspicious in his own right. Oh yeah, we never actually pulled this chain, had we? We'll do that. I bet it activates something. Which means we should hit the bench first before we do too much. Because I don't think we'd pulled that. To see what that opens up. Not this one, I was just checking this location. I don't think we pulled it. Oh no, it's just there to help you climb. Okay, it doesn't actually activate anything as such. Yeah, I don't remember if we checked the pit down below here. I'm sure we must have. Yeah, I'm sure we did this bit previously. But was there anything else that we needed to inspect? No, we had already obtained this. I think that was it. Okay, in this case, let's head left and let's just come through this carefully. Now, this passage here does allow you to try to traverse up the column that goes back up to this stage. I don't know if maybe there was anything like a side exit we would have missed on the way down from that. Because that might be worth checking in its own right. This entire passage that connects back to the Whispering Vaults. But of course, it's easy enough to check that from connecting to the stage if needed. From the Grand Bellway. So that's easy to get to if we do want to check it, so as well. I'll pop over to this side first. Was there something down here? Oh, shards, okay. This is new. So we have found a few original corners here. Now I don't know at this stage the architect has anything new to tell me. We might as well check. Architect was busy all the way up there. What's this bug red? Even down here I did detect it's working. Have you climbed our core and woken the voices of my line?
Yanara.
I have, Maker. Clearly it was a climb never intended for regular bugs, and fair fortune that the skills gifted within your lands allowed my ascent. But yeah, after you acquire the architect's song, I guess this is the new dialogue interaction. The melody and the voices, both are fine things heard and witnessed. Even in this fading moment, their artistry shines through. Impressive, illustrious, eternal. You have seen a glimpse, bug red, of us, how we once we were, the minds of architects inspired. What majesty we did create. So yeah, I don't want to spend my only craft metal just yet, I think. Although maybe the Florence effect and Sawtooth might be fun. But just in case, because, you know, we don't know exactly how far short on craft metal total it will be. However, we can play a bit of a song here. I love how the cogflies sort of stand at attention when you play the needle in for them as well. That's something new that we had not previously seen. That room we'd seen previously. architect shrine. We'd also seen yeah, just trying to inspect carefully at this point to see if we missed anything else. That area is clearly within the cauldron. And we'd done this bridge crossing before a few times. Now, do we want to check bottom or top? We've been through here. Right, this was the whole platforming sequence to get you down below. We'd see it. Gives you visibility of this side and of this side. Don't really remember how everything connects. But we'll try it out. Yeah, we'd beaten this room a while ago, and then that gets you through to this passage. That was, I think, also a spool fragment. Much earlier. I do want to check the laborer's room once again if we can. If I can even remember where that was placed. Checking everything we can in case we miss anything critical. Whoop. Whoop. I heard like crazy. Nothing new here though, that we can tell. Left side seemed kind of suspicious in a few small ways. We'll just stomp him first. So this was just a top passage connecting back to the right. Is there anything worth checking up top? Alright, just this platforming segment. Theoretically easier once we have something like the harpoon, but try not to make too much of a mess of it. Here, oh yes, these ones are the paid benches, where you must pay to activate any of them. Ah yes, and this was the prayer area. I wonder if you pay in a second time whether it tells you anything different, or if it's just an expenditure every time. We should actually check since we have the cash to burn. And we'll see. Because we only ever tried this once. You confess to sin most grave and must by works cleanse yourself. Return to your task and work off cycle, neither eating nor supping until new cycle begins. By the grace of Father Maternal, may you never tire, toil and be forgiven. So yeah, same advice every time to go back to work. You sinner. Alright, do we really need that bench? Nah, we can do without. Just continue scanning. Seeing if we really did miss anything. The room down below this one. We should check the lower level. That seems like a lot more content that we still haven't really seen. But we were here so long ago, I have a faint recollection of what we did or didn't explore, or what our movement was like at the time. Anything up here? Oh, there totally is. Oh, we've been here though. Okay. Spirit. And there's a connecting passage above here. Yeah, we had been here because of the room above. We had mapped that out. Let me just check to make sure we didn't miss anything else here. This almost looked like a passage out. Ah, yeah, this is the laborer's room, so... I don't think we played the needle in for loam previously. We know that running this ourselves previously just got us one rosary for charging all the way up to the top. Yeah, if we truly run out of battery and things are kind of blinking at me here, we'll definitely have to either pause or switch to Joy-Cons. Actually, my Joy-Con 1s might work with this. We haven't used them in a while, but I haven't bothered to sync them to this device. So... yeah, literally running out of battery in this of all places. Does he take a singing break at all or not? There we go. His shell is still strong. See me work. Harder, longer. Desperate for approval. Okay. Let's drop back down then. I think that's what we wanted to see. So we never figured out any other interaction with them. There are a few NPCs like that that we visited for flavor, but didn't seem to get any other tangible interaction from. We've been through this passage. Let's check the left side here. I want to check all the dead ends. So I don't remember if we did take this guy out. That was quick at least. Yeah, we've been all the way to the end of this room, so we had done whatever this was. Okay, we'll need to be careful here. No environmental damage like that. That Pinchy location. Right there. Or, whoa, that guy's gonna kill me, I bet. Just be careful here. We know we had checked that up top though previously, so no need to revisit. And we know how to come back here as needed. Upper and a lower location. I don't know if we ever had checked at lower level. Surely we must have. Just gonna be extra cautious at this point. Although at this point we're close enough to everything on this side. It should be easy to get back to. We should go down to that bench, though, that we had for dropping in here to begin with, and then we'll see if we can explore this area a little further beyond that. Oh yeah, it is one of the paid benches as well. We will have to, though. Because unless we can restore the Grand Gate passage going up, nothing else to do here, really. Although I wonder if it is possible to make that climb. Given, again, that we have far more movement abilities than we once had. Doesn't really look like it, though. I think it's just a one-time drop. Anyway, let's heal up. So I wanted to check everything down here again, just in case there was anything worth revisiting. We had previously opened up the entire bottom passage, but I don't remember what we got out of it. But definitely done this bit. And then... So yeah, we've been here previously, but I don't think we actually figured out what this was about. And I wonder if I now have the movement ability to do much with it. Because listen to this. This totally sounds like there's a way to enter that area. Hear voices. Let's play. Because we never understood what this room was about. Either there's a way to drop in from above, or there is a way to enter this bell or into its other side, because we are slightly off the map, and that makes it extremely suspicious. I feel like this is telling me that there's something. So that's something we should look for. Some way to connect to that area. Maybe it's from something down below in Shellwood. That little passage up there. I think that was just for the follow-up quest originally, though, but I feel very strongly like we're missing something in this specific location. That technically is still on the Underworks map. But this is so suspicious. We should check other passages up above in this zone. Anything on the right wall. Unless we originally collected something there that I just don't remember. Was that where we got the drill? It might have been. Oh, even got decent guide now. Okay, there we go. Checking everything on the right. I don't see anything too suspicious in terms of any irregularities on the surface, but... absolutely worth checking, just in case. don't know if we missed anything on the left either. There's a passage we'll go to up above. Yeah, this is just a whole sequence of dropping things down below and opening up passages. And there's that right side connection there that we had checked on the way over, or had we? Yeah, we must have. Because we took the little passage. Not really seeing anything though. This was just a map station. Now, have we previously checked all these passages though? Let's be sure. Flyers are really hard to hit all over this game. Yeah, we've been everywhere here, I think. Okay, in that case, I mean, I guess the main thing we found here was just the spool fragment under the lift earlier. We were going through whiteboard. Didn't really make any meaningful strides here apart from the dialogue interaction about the architect's song, though. Except, what is this? Nothing. At least nothing we hadn't already seen. Okay, now, I don't know how thorough we were about this connecting passage previously. Might have been more to see here. Took out enough of those for the journal as well. That at least gives you something to work on, even if you are aimlessly wandering, just more kills for journal's sake. So over here, for instance, yeah, we've been through here. This was our main passage up. Was it not? Yes. Oops. Strength of rosaries is slightly new. Tell you that there were some spots we missed. However inconsequential they may be. Oh. What? Could have done clogfly against it too, I suppose. seen this part. Okay, looks like we exhausted what we could do here. So we never did find anything that would explain this room. Maybe you get washed from somewhere else, much further up, and transported here from afar instead of by an obvious connecting passage, but we don't know that, and we never found out. So at this point, I'm going to go back to Belhart to first of all buy the remaining decoration for the bell home, and see if there's anything additional for the couriers, given that we've done every delivery at least once. I don't know if maybe we need to clear all the active deliveries. It's quite possible, and of course this is dependent on having enough battery left over to show off anything at all. So let's just get back to Grand Belway. Oh, that's not great. It actually is out of battery, so let me see, because first of all, we need battery on the controller to pause. But we don't need it to move. So if we're here, what I can do is hit the bench first. And I'll see if we can connect something. I might have to fish up my other Joy-Cons. Well, the problem is they have drift as well. Right? I've got drift on everything. We might have to compromise and try Pro Controller, but I might not be able to do any particularly intensive fights. So give me just one moment, and I will see what we can do. I have to look around for something that we can pair to this device. And in the meantime, we can plug in the current Joy-Con to see if, while docked, maybe it's charged enough for me to give it as a pause. Yeah, even when docked, it's not building up any charge yet, so we'll see what happens here in just a moment. Alright, I've switched over to my Switch 1 Pro, which I haven't used in a while. I actually had it paired on my PC. The main reason we hadn't used it, I was saying, was because we did have some drift issues with it earlier this year. Maybe it's not in such bad shape right now. You'll notice something is wrong when I'm sometimes trying to jump to the right and it feels like I'm holding still or something. That was something that killed us quite a few times in Prince of Persia. It looks okay right now, though, so we'll stick with it and continue. Switch 1 Pro to the rescue. I also haven't charged this controller in a while, so who knows about its battery, but we'll at least get the Joy-Cons back in order. Yeah, I don't know why my Joy-Cons were depleted like that. I think they were not charging properly earlier while my device was docked. But again, I think the rumble on the duel that we had in Greymoor earlier, where it's this constant pitter-patter of rain on top of all the fight effects and such, absolutely did a number on it. That certainly couldn't have helped. Okay. And let's see if we can get back to Belhar as planned. 06, you were saying sideways Joy-Con challenge. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about how the mapping would even work. I guess this is a game where D-pad and stick are completely redundant with each other, functionally speaking. So you might be able to get away with it, except you have still the need for a separate ZR and R, ZL and L. And that would be something that would be much less available. But actually, because I don't technically need the stick, it might be playable with the Super Nintendo controller. It's just that the ZL and ZR placement is a little bit of a reach for those and not very comfortable. So you would definitely need to do a pretty serious remapping. Anyway, what we were doing, we were going over here and might as well just get comfortable with this controller after not having used it very much recently. Like I said, I had it bound to my PC, but we hadn't really been playing anything on PC lately since we've been so busy with this game. But let's buy something here. Okay, so, oh, this is new. Personal spa. So, I guess this is something that we weren't previously able to acquire until perhaps we had finished every delivery quest at least once. Let me take a look. So, yeah, these are just repeated. But I think every time you finish one of the routes, you unlock something new. As a decoration. Now, let's see if I'm close enough with rosary beads to actually get to personal spa. This is only 30, so no. But at least we have something to work towards when it comes to completion. So, you know what? Oh, we get to customize the bell completely. Let's see. But then, do we have to pay into it every time we customize? I wonder. Let's go blue. The perfect choice. The bell's about to be looking to find us in town. We'll get the work started right away, straight away. We made a good start on the painting, resident. Give us a little more time and your bell will be shining like new. What do you mean a little more time? So, but then is there a way to change it afterwards? Let's take a look. Yeah, very royal kind of color. I see it's only half done. You guys are still working on it. And so there'll be a reason to come back to it later. So yeah. Does it just mean my movement's slower than usual? Still kind of getting accustomed to playing with the current setup here. But we had the anklets on. How come it seems like we're going so slowly? I guess we're just not accustomed to doing walking speed anymore, maybe. That's all there is to it. Seems like such a distant memory now, doing every fight at walking speed early on in the game. So yeah, this bottom part of Bellheart, we never figured it out in terms of how to traverse any further down there or connect the map in some fashion. It might be worth another look down there as well, but I thought I had come through there pretty thoroughly before, and we just never managed to crack that. So that's something still worth inspecting. It might have been some other passage from Hunter's March or thereabouts. We should check one of those top positions in Shellwood, because again, that is still suspicious. That area at the bottom of the underworks that it seemed like we couldn't actually reach, but which was slightly off the map. Feel like that's something that has some potential to be filled in. You know, that little corner. Maybe. I'm looking at this carefully here. At how the maps are actually tessellated. Like if you look at Shellwood, there's an interesting shape to it on the main map. And every time we see some of these areas too that seem like they have a bit of irregular shape to them, like a rectangle, they feel like they're going to be filled in if we just explore there properly instead of just leaving these rectangular gaps. And I'm just looking at this and seeing if we had anything else that we could do here, any paths that we hadn't properly considered or broken. Because there's this area at the top of the marrow, I think we had checked that. Because I really do think that this area in the map is just begging for completion. It just looks too suspicious. Especially with those little notches on the side that seem to indicate some kind of connecting passage. But maybe not. Maybe that's just how it looks because that's what the map is like when you've connected it from the station interior. I don't know if I buy that. Much too suspicious. Well, what we can do is we can check that top spot, which I think was previously just a location we needed for the Polyp quest, but I should check this kind of thing properly. Yeah, 069 now, no Silkspeak anklets, feel slow. Yep, we've been using it almost all the time since obtaining it. That's the drop from above, and nothing else to look out that with, really. At least we found a few things today. Didn't really progress, but, you know, wasn't completely empty of progression either. Also, we wanted a top Shellwood spot, right? Is that what we're going for? Yes. Top level. But occasionally, well, we'll see. Might as well slap everything. And check everything, for that matter. Oops. So this passage goes up to Shellwood, but did we ever check the top passage here? Yes. Okay. Let's continue this way. Oh, you know what? Let's check this bit. Yeah, we've been here. I think this was actually just a bunch of shards or something. It wasn't really something significant to collect, but you can see where it joins up with the central area in Bellheart, theoretically, in terms of the big pile of bells that's adjoining this zone. Doesn't mean that there's nothing else to really look at here, though. Unless there's a connection point from some of the other rooms a little further. I kind of doubt it at this point. But we may as well pass through Shellwood in case I did miss something. Just trying to remember which location here. But yeah, I don't know that we have much else to see. So this, I think, was just one of the polyps previously because it looks conspicuously empty now. And all these other passages we've been to quite a few times before as well. Again, we did discover some new things today, so it's not completely redundant to relitigate our progress through the entire map, but we'll be thorough anyway. Yeah, these ones, they'll come back, despite us busting down their nest so many times. Oh, this bottom right area here, actually, it looks like it might be something. Nope. Nope, nothing at all. Yeah, so nothing new to look at, really. Just all the locations for the polyp quest earlier. This was where we powered up. And yeah, let's just hit the Bell Beast station and maybe try somewhere else. So I'm not sure that we're really missing anything at this stage that we hadn't already checked. I mean, down below. Gotta heal up for a moment. I know we've been here, I'm just trying to remember what this was. In case there was anything that we didn't completely check. Whoops. Oops, don't want to double jump into everything here on low ceilings. So yeah, we'd collected whatever that was previously. Whoops. Coming in too low every time. Okay. What was I doing? Bench and Bell Beast over here. Let's go bench first. So, the idea that we had... Well, there are a couple of locations that look suspicious. Again, both these rectangles that are suspiciously unmapped in a way that feels like they're waiting for one of the other zones to expand into that space. That's always something that catches one's attention. But then there's a bunch of stuff that maybe we didn't ever interact with when it comes to various NPCs. Now, one thing I did want to check was to go back to the putrefied ducts, because there were a few locations that maybe we didn't completely look at in terms of where the trap enemies can lift you. I think I had occasionally baited them to let me pull me into certain corridors, but we could try a few of those, and we could see also what else we might have missed while just trying to survive the connecting passage over in the first place. And again, I felt like there was an area in the Pale Lake where it looked like you could drop in from somewhere else down towards the top right corner of the Pale Lake with a passage that seemed like it was open but which we couldn't get into from below, and that there was nowhere to cling on to in terms of a wall. So my suspicion is that maybe there is as yet another unmapped area that is above the Pale Lake, and that's something that we might want to poke around with as well. And of course there was the whole area below it where we finished Chakra's Wish in one of the previous sessions. So I think the approach we'll take to this is that we'll check Putrefied Ducts and see what else we can do there. It might be fruitless, but we'll check. It means we'll want to switch to maggot protection, of course, in this zone. It's a little too important in areas like this. And that's going to be on blue. And do we still want some things like Cogfly? Yeah, we might switch back to Curve Claw. Much as I like the threefold where it's spread, and it's actually got pretty good damage coming out as well. I find that in this zone, Curve Claw might actually be slightly more useful. We can keep Cogfly though. I never really played for the Bell Beast, did I? Does the Bell Beast sing? It totally sings. But it doesn't have anything that it's saying. Okay, now we know. So let's actually check this left side room first, this connecting passage, because I wonder if there was anything that we previously didn't manage to see on the initial run here, since we were so concerned about survival. Oh, we're actually taking way too much punishment here. Let me just try to tap in for some additional damage if we can. Here we go. Again, I'm suspecting that maybe there's something up above. Although maybe in the Pale Lake it was also just a light source that wasn't indicative of anything reversible. You never know, but I definitely want to kind of check the ceiling here while we're still in this room. Because, you know, we look at little protrusions like this and it totally looks suspicious. Well, that just goes back to where we came in. Yeah, back to the connecting passage here. Did we ever check the upper level here? Or was that just a standard way to come in? I think that was just a standard way to come in. Nothing much here after all. But then was there anything else to look at in this location? Not really. This down here looks like it could have been broken open though. There's a way down. Unless it's just decorative. But it does kind of look like this was a location that you can at least view. Like if you wrap around the lower level, maybe you can... Oh. A lot of maggots down there, though. I want to mess with that. Yeah, maybe this is just decorative. But there is a whole lower passage that we never really considered in detail. Whoops, let's not wreck the whole wreath here. Big shell shard location here that we never actually considered. Oh. Yeah, I guess we never checked this spot. Now, these just keep coming back, so technically I can just tap them again and again for silk. And just get a quick heal here. Because I think they do grow back after a short time. Indeed, that's the case, which means we can just tap it for silk. I guess if you're coming through here early on and you know what to expect for self-sustain and survivability, like this is how you do it. You use these as silk stations. It did look like there was potentially something below here, and not really. Is there? Nope. Okay, wreath is kind of about halfway down, so let's be careful here. That one's gonna get the guard, great. So maybe nothing else in this spot that we don't already know about, but we better bench up. Just to get the wreath back to full. Yeah, we just want to check everything here one more time too. See, this looks like a passage here. It is not, though. And then this area, wasn't this just the area that was for mapping? What? The reason I wanted to poke that is I want to see if it's possible to go side to side up there. Come on. Like it's in that little nook there. I wonder if there's anywhere to go. Maybe not. This we had checked previously. I think that's how we got the map in the first place in this zone. Yeah, because this was the map station. We previously checked needle in here. Since there was... Look at trapped so dark, all turned rotten. The bites, the stench, all turned rotten. Trapped so dark. Okay. It's just breakable. Anyway, let's tap this one for silk. Get some heals off of it if we can. And we'll just wait for a moment and take this patiently. Not that it's that far from the current bench that we took, so it's not a big deal if we do take a big hit, but in the interest of caution, let's see what we can slap. There we go. So nothing new in this area yet. But of course we're trying to find some kind of connecting passage over to the top of the Pale Lake, so it does make sense to go back to the right. And see what happens on that side. Now that we've broken this open. Just want to be extra thorough about this. This this was previously where we got the... Oh, this is new. This is new. This is new for sure. But it's going to be a little tricky to get up there. Now we're close to the bench. We might want to heal up first to be at full for this part. This is definitely new though. That was not a room I'd seen previously. We hadn't been pulled up. This is exactly the kind of interaction I was looking for. I don't think I'd noticed that one specifically because we'd actually died there on that specific one once. When... On this one, actually, when coming here to break this open the first time, we had died in exactly this spot. Because I didn't expect to be caught. You know what? Faster to do the bench. Okay, but that's something new. That's something that is actual progress. Because, yeah, I was thinking that there were probably open columns like that we hadn't inspected properly. And we can see on the map now. No, we can't see anything on the map now. It's still unmapped. But that's clearly some kind of secret that maybe leads us to another room that gets mapped. Anyway, let's try not to take too much damage here. So we want to get caught in this room. And we don't want to fall in like that. We need to figure out how to fall properly so we can grapple out of those locations. Like, tap, tap, tap. No, but we need to work on the timing. It's 4 taps. Nope, and then we need to float. It's a little advanced, which tells me that maybe something good. We need to heal up. Let's go back to the bench. But yeah, 4 taps and we just do it near the top so we can grapple out and then exercise a lot of self-control to float. Oh, we're dead. Almost. Okay, let's try not to die here, but even if we do, Cocoon's going to be right there, so... Yeah, I just need better exit technique on those. Do tap 4 times. So let's see what we can do here. Whoop. Drop and go. Okay. Oh, whoops. That was spectacular. Okay, anyway, tap 4 times and grapple left. Nope, come on. Bit slow on that. And we should have grappled out of that too, okay. Nope, too low. Need to work on those jumps. Here we go. Nope. Nope. I was trying to drop into the side there and that didn't work. When we're down to 2 masks, we go back to heal. Because we don't want to be too deep in. And have to respawn anyway. Okay. So yeah, again, we just need to not fall so badly out of those positions. Whoops. And maybe not take too much environmental damage just going in the first place. From other silly things. Minor blunders. Okay, good. The important thing to know here, too, is that... Well, first of all, we want to double grapple in that location, but pushing the stick also works to struggle against Divine, so... Maybe there's a bit of technique there that we're a little unaware of. We should put on Wall Cling next time we're at the bench. For this one. It makes a lot of sense to use it here. Nope. Burned the float too early. Okay. Oh. And that's why. Makes sense to Wall Cling until we've found a way across. Now, yeah, so we wait for both. There's a Silk there to refresh. The other thing we should consider putting on, other than Wall Cling, is the Weave Light, I think it is, for the quick refresh, so we're able to spam the grapple if needed. Definitely the Wall Cling, though, given what we're seeing. So, is this breakable here? Breakable from the right. Definitely breakable, just not from this side. So we'd have to wrap around and see what we've mapped here. Ooh, this is new. NPC interaction and not a fight, I would think. Vog. Grr. Bug not flee. Why you must bother me? This spot is mine, fair fought and earned.
Megina Fora.
I won't stay long, madam. Nobody can test your right to this cave. I have encountered several of your fellow fleas united in a caravan. Perhaps you would consider joining with them.
Paspin?
Yours seems a hardy hide, and I fear alone they lack the strength to survive long in this land. Caravan, grr, felt in my fur. Time for change. If caravan is close, then my tasks these lands may near be complete. Now, grr, much talk I gave, you leave me, meet again at caravan amongst good fellows. There I share my learnings of fleas and farloom. Till then, rest I need. Off, bug. Okay, so that is definitely something new and substantial. Let's play her a song until she's leaving for the caravan. Lost lands. None can hide. Lost fleas. Sniffed, sensed. So anything else we can do here? Oh, that sends you back down. All the way back down, unfortunately. Well, there was something that was clearly a gate on the right side of that that seemed traversable. So, you see, now I'm very convinced that there is more to map in the top right here to extend the putrefied ducts even further, because clearly there is a passage that connects from right to left up top. So there's definitely more to see. But I wonder if that would need to be accessible from having traveled there from some other direction first. Anyway, we should check on the fleas, actually, since we finally made progress on that score. After far too long. And yeah, let's go back to Grand Bellway and then Ventrica to the left. I'd rather do that than the Blasted Steps Death Run. Unless we needed to buy anything off of Grindel. No, I think we bought everything off him. So, Grindel away it is, and we'll take the reach back off again. Okay, so if we're moving it, then what are we going for here on blue? Probably back to Snitch Pick. Just so we can absolutely farm more along the way. Okay, so now we're going to drop back down to the Grand Gate and see if the fleas give me anything from there. Sure. Okay. That's what a Snitch Pick does. I'm gonna harpoon them. Whoops, more or less. And down we go. Whoops. If we don't get smacked by that first. So I wonder if we've hit enough of a benchmark to transport the fleas, but first let's talk.
Cadestre.
Fair greetings again, large flea. Amongst all your troop, I had little doubt you would have survived to reach this caravan. Will you tell me now of the tasks that saw you so apart from your fellows and so fearsome in form? Bugnut flea, mine is to track by trail and smell, and senses sharp. Find our friend fleas, our young most of most, to bring them together and grow them strong. If you have sensed the locations of our lost fleas, share them with me. I may be able to send them safe to the caravan. My learnings, not free for you, Bugnut flea. Rosaries. Give these and I shall say of what I have sensed. Work like mine, much long and hard, for that I'd serve some riches held. How much? Oh, so you do, in fact, get to pay to locate fleas. That's... Well, I mean, it doesn't take long to farm up enough to buy all of these, so we'll just do it. And... yeah, I mean, maybe they just give you 5 at a time or something, but we'll do all we can. I'm just figuring out mathematically how to buy as many as possible at this moment, and then because 200 between these, 280, or 200 and 150, and we could get one here that's in the Citadel right away. We can also do 380. The Blasted Steps is right here, the Citadel's right here. Clearly we should pick up these two, and Bonelands is easy to get to. Let's just buy the top 3. And the thing is, rosaries are very easy to farm in the Citadel, so we can just get in here. You're as brave as told my fellow fleas. Seek them, save them for a caravan whole. Also, how many do we have? Have you met her yet? Our burly new companion Vogue, a fresh return from a long time spent trekking. We have met, Flea Master. It gladdens me that so strong a flea exists as her. Yours was a caravan sorely lacking for protection, and I am too bound for my own test to provide it for you. Why, we would never impose so, and now no matter. Her scent may be strong and her taste for brew bottomless, but her skill is sharp. If predators draw close, her talents will provide much confidence to our caravan. Anyone else have things to say. Not really. And yeah, same interactions before. So okay, let's take a look at the map because apparently we have fleas on the map now. So Sands of Karak. Okay, that room we know how to get to, I think, depending on how tucked away it is. Yeah, because I guess technically that one is the one that was in the Blasted Steps zone. It counts as part of the same area. Bone lens. Oh, right above the deep dock station. That's interesting. And two there, actually, in quick succession. So, two fleas there, very easily accessible. And you see this location here in the Putrefied Ducts. This was telling me that it was in the Citadel location, though, so that's interesting, because maybe it's a connecting passage from down below there in the top left area. Or maybe it connects over from Songclave View. Get it high enough. I would think that it's connecting from either the bench room in that top left nook, which maybe we didn't check carefully enough. Unless there's some way to bust through ground on the way in. Because, yeah, it's a bit of a zigzaggy passage coming in from the Memoriam over to Putrefied Ducts to begin with. So we'll check that. But we'll grab the ones that we have mapped out first. Also, look at this one here in the Underworks. So that seems like it's kind of up from above that location that I thought was very suspicious. Heading up beside that bell, the giant bell in the middle. I guess there's some way to get in there after all and find your way up, because we did hit a dead end there. We didn't know what to do with it. Clearly there is something. Maybe it was possible to just do downward attacks and bounce up over a diagonal. We hadn't really considered that because I thought we were just unable to ascend that slope, but maybe if there's some kind of down diagonal interaction towards it, where some other weapon might be useful as a way to climb, maybe we do climb up the outside of that passage. It looks like it is supposed to be climbable somehow. We just didn't figure it out. Anyway, we should take the low-hanging fruit. We should go to Sands of Karak because that's very close by. Then we can take the Blasted Steps Belby Station over to Deep Docks and wrap a couple of those. So suddenly we have a burst of progression that's possible here because of the fact that we now have a way to map remaining fleas, which I'm really glad exists, so we're not just poking aimlessly for hours against every corner like we were previously doing. Alright, let's head on up. So I feel like we've made a breakthrough all of a sudden. Glad we survived the controller battery issue long enough to see that. Yeah, so it'll be on the left side, and then hopefully accessible from that room if we just check the ceiling on it. Whoops. Right, because we've opened up some of these passages previously. Looks like we need to go quite a ways over. Actually, probably, yeah, no, we need to pop a whole bunch of these passages and get some kind of bounce. Yeah, and then maybe grapple over to the left wall once we have an opportunity to get to it. Have we had a bench recently? I don't think we have. Maybe we should go back to that right side bench first, or drop down to the blasted steps bench, which we had done many times before doing this climb. Yeah, actually we climbed up this bit so many times when doing the Coral Tower run, I think. We might as well just do it here. Despite going to the Bellevue station, we will do this bit first while it's on our minds before we head over to the deep docks locations that we've also spotted. So, let's just head on up. Is this a tracking location? No, it's not. But it does show some evidence of maybe Chakra having come here at some point. Yeah, nothing else to see here at the moment, it seems. But anyway, well, let's head on up. Without too much fuss. Oh, we're too high, actually. How did we come all the way up here so quickly? Oh yeah, I just bypassed that. That's okay, because I think we wanted to traverse that from the right side going left anyway. Might as well wrap back around to that room, if we're able. No, okay, bad idea. You'd think this would be the fast passage. Actually, no, you know what, let's do things the easy way. We don't want to do all that wall jumping and platform spawning and all that. Let's just go back to the room we wanted. That was a close one there. Yeah, this room right here. I was actually thinking maybe we can run up to the left side wall from here if we can get enough of a dash. Oops, no, hang on. Nope, almost. Yeah, too many jumps. Nope, yeah, we need to reverse all the way to the right and get a higher position. Not die to this guy. Oh, let's reach this. Might as well kill it. I said might as well kill it. Oh, we're in trouble. Well, that's okay. I mean, cocoon retrieval isn't that big deal right now anyway, but environmental damage might be. Yeah, we should actually take the right side bench. Not this one. Yeah, because we want to approach from the right, so let's go for that bench if we can do it safely. We want to build up our heal first, though, probably. Oh, that was close. Yeah, probably build up our heal. However, since we're in this location, let's just go for it now. Whoops, not quite. Nope, not quite. Just try to tap into this one. Take it out. Didn't I say I would put on wall cling? Oh, I did have when it was the earlier segment, yeah. Looks like we want to go left. And where was the flea location? I guess there was something we were supposed to break on that side then. Or maybe go through here in the middle. Yeah, through the top here. I think we previously didn't have that because we might not have had to double jump at a time or something. Oh, and death. Okay. That was unfortunate. Let's do that a bit more carefully, shall we? But the cocoon might be in an inaccessible location depending on how high it was placed, so... Walkling, I said. Yeah, definitely walkling so we're not fumbling around so much. Which color was this on? Ascendant's Grip. I barely used this. Yeah, so you need to press against the wall, otherwise it doesn't work. But if you press against and you maintain a position, in fact you can even sidle up like that. Oh, also... Right, this was the text that was about the last judge. Wrong room, but... we want to go back up to the sands of Karak first. Yeah, so long as you press against the wall, then things go well. Let's actually just do the loop again. Oh, came in too low. We better take this out and wrap around up top. Get silk off of this one if we can. And let's do this bit again. Oh, whoops. Forgot that I have the wall climb to assist with such matters. Really accustomed to using it at all, so. Nope. Yeah, we hit that thing and then missed what I was going for, but that's okay. We start in this location instead. Oh, came in low. Damage all of a sudden again. Also, we still have the cocoon there to retrieve, which I totally forgot about, so. Should try to prioritize that, perhaps. And I'm still trying to get accustomed to that interaction. Yeah, because the wall cling I'm so accustomed to just sliding down the wall towards that position that wall cling actually is throwing me off slightly from what we would usually do, so maybe we just take it back off next time because it's causing more complications than I would have liked. So you would need to jump, and then, yeah, I just don't have the muscle memory for it. And that's okay, enemies are gone, so as long as we're cautious about this and don't take too much damage on the platforming, we can just try again. As much as we would like. Then there we go. Only to take damage there. That's okay. We got silk back. Just need to redo this bit and this bit. Yeah, I guess we, for some reason, never just made it up there, and I forgot about it. Because, again, maybe that was before we got the double jump, or we just never went back to try it for some reason. I know I checked that column at some point and seen it before, we just, for some reason, never had to flee. Nope. Again, trying to drop there when I'm accustomed to just pressing against the wall has been a little tricky. We do have a bench. We'll take it back off. Because you kind of need to let go, but then still point left for this grapple here. At this point, though, kind of like that, and that works. Okay, now to cling us a little bit better. And you can cling until grapple restores itself. And here's the flea. Okay, so that's been obtained. So yeah, we just never made that up here for whatever reason. I don't even remember the exact sequence of when we mapped out the sense of Karak for the first time, so seems like it was some time ago. Okay, back down to the blasted steps, and then we'll check the fleas down in deep docks. And see how we do those. So it's just going to be a straight drop. Straight drop here. Also, we should check that there's nothing new on Grindel's shop, because we did buy him out, I think. And yeah, just rosary strings at this point, so nothing much to look at. Does he express some greed? What you got there, matey matey? What you got is mine, my love. Shiny, shiny, takey, takey. What they got, I'll take, my love. Okay, at this point, we head over to the docks. Also take off the wall cling. Oops. And puts things back on here, unless we might actually want to go rosaries. We're good on shards. We want better rosary collection. And we might even go for the Thieves' Mark. And because we want enough rosaries to have the remaining badges. Now, if we're going down to Deep Docks, though, just for safety, let's put on Magma Bell. But things do get scattered around there quite a bit, and so it does make a certain amount of sense to play this way instead. Okay, so this was breakable all along. All this time we never checked it. It was well camouflaged. Without the fleas map, I doubt I would have seen it. Also, if the lava is going to let up, we can just skip all the jumps to the left and just go like this. Skip the whole thing. This is not designed with our full suite of movement skills in mind, but we might want to check this room anyway just in case there's anything on the left side. Oh, whoops. This is why we have the Magma Bell. This is also why we have the Magma Bell. It's just gonna hop into it repeatedly. Yeah, you see, this is why it was much easier this way, and then we'll not die to any of this stuff. This was clearly meant to be accessible early game, and we just never did it. But we'll check the top location anyway, just in case anything else is doable here. No, it looks like the only thing here is the flea, so we've done our business, and we can head up to the other one above. Once we find a close bench, which will be the one top. Seeing signs of chakras path through the game as well. Really haven't been back here in quite some time, this part of the deep docks anyway. Okay, so not holding very many rosaries right now though. We'll have to do a bit of farming for the map later, maybe do one of the delivery quests. Still have that 1100 for the spa to pick up at some point. And look at that. It's accessible over here. We just never checked this location, so that was easy. And this lowers the platform. Yeah, this would also have been accessible very early in the game, I think. So, next. What else have we mapped? Well, we know that we bought the map for the Citadel, which revealed this one over in Putrefied Ducts. Again, my first suspicion is that we go from the top left corner of the lower bench room. Feeling that we'll try to find some other passage, like in the area where the Memoriam crosses over. But I think we will check that first. Now, currently, what am I looking at? Oh, yes, and there's this passage down here in the Underworks as well, which we should access from World Chambers Ventrica when we get to it. We'll definitely want to take a second look at how to ascend that bell, maybe through just picking the appropriate weapon to do a good series of bounces up the bell slope, if it's possible to do so. Architect might be a good choice for that. Beast might even be a good choice for that, depending on the angle. In that case, back to the deep dock station. Yeah, look at that. Evidence of chakra all over the place. So let's go putrefied ducts again and check that corner I was talking about. This will mean switching from Magma Bell to Wreath. And we'll go straight down. Oh. No, seen this part. It's going to be lower rooms below, we think. And then you get it over to the top corner. Right, we need to get past this one. Did I never do that? Maybe I never did. Because then this sends you over, and then it seems like it's a passage that can get you further. Oops. Come on. Nope. Still dropping too low. Nope. Still falling in the wrong way every time. Because when I fall in, I just can't get on the wall there. I've been able to do so. There we go. So was there a passage here that could get us further up? Yeah, someone's going to drag you further up, and then that might go up towards where we reached the flea. Let's try it. Okay. Nope, that's the top room, so it's not that. Oh, it's just this guy again. Oh, and then that's going to catch me on this side. So yeah, we were actually not far enough in the top corner yet. This looks big, this guy here. Seems like that was kind of partly devoured in its own right. Let's go down to the lower bench. Not mess around here too much, but... All those gooey bugs also reluctant to share their organs. So much coaxing and gnawing and prodding. And we see your claws sharp. All must feed. Soar the caverns high. Chase the prey fled in fear. Very friendly. But also realistic about the need to feed the children. Yeah, so we've been here previously. I was just trying to see if I could shortcut my way up to the top level, but seemingly not, so we'll climb up there a long way. And make the crossing. Oh. Forgetting about that guy. We are gonna die. Hang on. Let's maybe not bust through quite that aggressively. Let's actually just go back down to the bench. Try this again. With more silk this time. Oh, whoops. Accidentally went too low. Anyway, we know the passage, we just need to finish it. Yeah, because maybe it looks like there was... In the top left corner, maybe there was an actual lead that was trapped there, and we just didn't get far enough to unlock it. We'll see. Clearly some characters have been devoured here and there. We just need to... See, we're not off the map yet, so we go to this location, see what this one's all about. Looks like this is also breakable from the left. How come this is not killable? Well, if that's breakable from the left, there must be some other passage that goes up. This absolutely looks like something that is a return path. What do we even do with this? That's just been thoroughly devoured. So that looks like an exit path from however it is that we actually do get up to that flea. So maybe it is from the Memoriam side. Not sure. Seems like there probably is a way to get hold of something useful. Like, is that breakable? Not really. Everything here just seems so suspicious. Well, okay, so that's a return passage. So definitely there is something to the left here at the very least. Maybe it has to be accessed from the Memoriam side. Okay. Well, let's see. Unless there's a way up from below, perhaps. But I would think the Memoriam side is my first suspicion. I had checked this area to the left previously. In terms of whether there would be anything. This looks like it's also breakable from the other side, perhaps. Not quite as fragile, but I feel like top left here is actually worth checking. No, none of this looks breakable yet. So either back down to the station or perhaps crossing this area again. We did check pretty thoroughly though. Unless there's just somewhere where you can sink down under the maggots at your own great peril. No, I think it has to be at the entry area prior to that. Well, we're right here. We can just do this passage and see what happens. Just sit this way. We'll check this area a little more thoroughly in case there's some passage we missed on the way in that would get us down below. Like in this platforming segment here, which isn't much of one, it's quite short, so it has to be something down below, man, maybe. Not seeing it. But I do see that we're above something that looks like a connecting corridor. Maybe there's a way to actually go through it below this bridge we're at right now. Like something lower down in the memoriam that will connect over. Difficult to say. If anything, though, that would imply getting there via lower level in Coral Chambers, maybe even close to where the Ventrica station was. Although I would have thought I would have found that by now if there is anything close to it. Or perhaps there's a way to just escape from Sunclave. Off the right side. Anyway, since we're here, we might as well farm up some rosaries. Oh, look at that. Got some help. Very useful to have prepared that. So was there something traversable here? Not necessarily, but maybe there's a way to drift over. Yeah, because if there's a way to kind of escape here and get out. Really could be anything in terms of how you would eventually create a passage up to that location. It could be from any of those directions. Now, one thing that maybe we hadn't checked thoroughly enough was for the passages out of the Whispering Vaults, which we haven't explored for very long. Doesn't look like it, though. Unless there's something in the top room. Like if there's some continuation of this passage. Whoops. I guess we never really figured out what this room was all about. And yeah, because we had found this. We didn't know what this was all about. We didn't know what it did. Because you can come up here, but there was nothing. Unless this was Silky to spot or something and I just forgot. But it does look awfully suspicious. Alright. There's an NPC marker down below because that's where you turn in the cylinders. I wonder, because maybe there is a passage from Whispering Vaults on up. It's conceivable. Because this is technically something that should be on the Citadel map. Or is in the area anyway. So let's say we come up here. This also looks like it's something that could be a connecting passage to the outside world. Maybe these things just seem that way when you see light glowing through it. But that's often an early sign that something is amiss. Well, having checked for that flea, what we can do is we can make it back to the Grand Gate. Or actually try for this flea down here if we can figure out what's going on with the bell climb. Certainly looks like a bell climb. If there is a way to ascend that location. Otherwise it would have to be a drop down towards it. And it looks very much, given its position, like we should be finding a way to climb the bell, be it inside or outside. Like whether it's just downward swipes the whole way up or something. Because we've tried swiping it from the side all these times and didn't really consider it much closer than that. Let's exit back towards Coral Chambers because we know how to do it. On the theater side. Oh, great land whose flame doth falter. Yeah, we've read this before. Where Trubio wrote his scripts, prepared his introductions. I guess it's the upper passage here that bypasses. Right, since we're here, we will try to take out what we can. I actually think we'll go for the double damage and double rosaries. Had a particular farming setup worked out on either Architect or Wanderer, one of the two, probably Architect. Yeah, because we had the poison going, actually makes a certain amount of sense to Thieves Mark. We don't need a shard pendant necessarily. because we're okay on shards right now. Although, of course, as architect, we might want to just use weapons like crazy. But yeah, if we have that, then... Ah, no, and we want the barbed bracelet. Barbed bracelet is on yellow, though. Yeah, that's fine. So what we'll do is we'll farm our way back to the left side so we can grab everything we can and have a ton of resources available for more maps. Here we go. Maybe this gets me through the bell climb later as well. We want to try for that flea. Oh, and we actually have another flea mapped out here at the top of that passage. I thought we had checked the top of that passage. That is on the left side, the tall column there. We might as well check that on the way. I thought I had specifically gone up there to grab that before, but apparently not, so... The more you know. Okay, we'll just bust everything down. Oops. Better aim might be nice here. So yeah, we should actually head up towards that. Since we're eventually making our way back to the caravan anyway to see if we have a sufficient number of fleas for the next relocation, if we can actually get that. Oh, whoops. You lose a few, you gain a few. Probably shouldn't take so much damage, though. Pretty close to the nearest bench. We should actually grab that. Given how we're playing high risk here. Here we go. Oh, missed all those rosaries. Lack of magnetism. So we'll reload a few, but then we'll go to the left side first and go up to column. That one flea. Actually, whoops. That was unfortunate. Look at that, running into everything here. Okay. A little bit of aiming never hurt anyone, except for the enemies, of course. Whoops. Not a straight vertical stomp anymore on this one, so let's fix fix that up. Or we can just proceed. No, that's the lower level, so we want to go up. Good. Nice straight punch. We'll just throw it in here and head up to the appropriate column when we can. Oop. One more run up. Okay, so I see the problem here. We needed a way to go up. But this actually was a bit of a problem to get around. I see, because it looks like it's down only. So do we have a way to actually make it upstairs? Because this looks like it's a bit of a traversal puzzle, actually. No wonder we couldn't get through here. Maybe you have to get up there from another location and then fall back in. Kind of suspect that's the case, so we should try that first, because that does not look approachable at the moment. It looks like it's exactly the kind of gate where we have to find another solution. From over here, you just see. Oop, bit of a net loss of rosaries there on that series of interactions. That's unfortunate. So yeah, it looks like this is something that you can traverse to from above. You can. Maybe you come down here on this side and find a passage to the left from what is technically designated as the cog core. You know, or send it down like this and see if we can stop it. Here we go. So this gate seems to lock that. Looks like we're trying to find a way to unlock that specifically. So there's some kind of switch we have to go for and hit. Somewhere here, perhaps. This connects over to Ogre Core. So it won't be that, but we need to find some kind of switching mechanism, perhaps, that is going to successfully unlatch this. Whoops, that's going to come back. Be extra careful so we don't get bumped for double damage by any of these. Doesn't look like there's a way to get up there, though. Okay. So definitely still something unaccounted for in this room. Something to get us through those gates. been through here. Some parts here looked awfully suspicious. Yeah, definitely looking for some kind of mechanism that will open up some of that. At the very least, explain a way to get through that kind of passage. Unless there is some kind of mechanic that I've neglected here that does in fact get me through that central column above here. I don't think so, though. I think we're just missing something. Whoa! That was unfortunate. Landed right on top of the spikes. I mean, we can hear it flee, we just don't have a good way to approach it. Anyway, that one may have to remain a mystery for now. Let's head down. Lost way too many rosaries along the way. And let's see what we can do to get down to the lower location we were talking about. Maybe starting with the spa location over here. The objective is just to have enough rosaries to work with as far as mapping out the fleets go. So we have a left side location here, a bottom location. We have actually seen this passage. Yeah, this is how you unlock the spot in the first place, I think. So I don't think there was anything else to see down here, but it's kind of interesting that this was not at any point on the map. Okay, let's go back down then. Yeah, that's how we got the spa up and operational to begin with. Okay, good. Nice and quick. we ever do much on the right side of this location? Probably, but... Just checking. Well, I mean, now that we have a flea mapping tool, we don't need to be quite so exhaustive about everything if we don't really suspect something nearby. Okay, at this point we're pretty close to the passage we wanted. And that'll bring us a nice amount of cash once again. Only to lose it. Only to lose it again. Gotta watch our health pool when messing around with that kind of thing. Alright, what we can do is... I was thinking about checking that hill climbing location first, but since we're close to the fleas, we might as well stop at fleas and buy some more maps. Which we should be able to afford more or less completely at this point, depending on how many zones opened up beyond what we already saw on offer. So yeah, oh, we can easily afford that, so. Grab both. I have marked your map, but see the learnings of fleas lost across the lands. If you're as brave as told by fellow fleas, seek them, save them for a caravan whole. Well, now we get a better sense of what we are missing. On Mount Faye up here, what are we looking at? Just one. So we'll have to figure that one out. The slab has one right by the bench. Interesting. Didn't think we'd miss something in that clear location. That would be worth checking when we just have a quick and easy fast travel location. One here in the top corner up in the massive Valhaven climb. That's interesting. Wonder how we missed that one. That's in one of the trap corridors on the way over, I think. Yeah, it is the trap room. I can see why we missed that. We're usually speeding through that for survival. I think that is about it for the fleas, so we'll have to solve each of them one at a time. Let's see how we're doing for the count. We might switch back to a different setup. Oh, Miss Hornet, wonder at how large our caravan has grown. So bold and boisterous. This gilded chamber can barely contain us all. Now, is that a sign that we're going to move? Many fleas are itching to journey once more to find a space to stretch their wings, but from here as the leader, I am hesitant to order us so swiftly away. These heights hold too much danger to set forth without a safe goal held clear in mind. What of you, Miss Hornet? Your tasks carry you throughout this kingdom. Have you ever encountered a place appropriate? I have seen a place, Flea Master, a cave beyond the citadel at the edge of some ancient ducts. That place may well suit your needs for safety. The trek would be long, but once reached, we'll find a sandy shore free of predators beside a wide, clear lake. It is as peaceful a place as I've seen throughout these fraught lands. So I guess they are the ones who occupied a Pale Lake then. Hence why it was just so blank and empty, and yet serene. Makes sense, kind of matches the openness of this location here as well as the earlier one that we saw in Greymore. That's it, it must be. Our destination has been set. Our journey can continue. We will ride with them, I think. True friend of fleas you are, Miss Hornet. That place shall welcome us, no doubt. Will you be joining the caravan on this journey? Let's do it. Marvelous. We fleas shall be overjoyed to have your company on the road. Our new home is calling. We must travel. I wonder if this potentially even unlocks what we thought was a path at the top of the Pale Lake. If they give you some platform to jump on or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll take a quick look. Alright. Getting a little cozy here. And we made it. And we even get an extra bench in this location because it's the one they've been transporting with them. What a beautiful spot you've gifted us, Miss Hornet. Safe apart from the dark and death of the lands beside. A place for fleas to grow smart and strong. Here we shall see our travels end, for in Farloom there could be no finer place to settle. No, I really don't think so.
That's fine.
No finer place that we've found. I'm glad the location suits Flea Master. It is a calming thing to know these many fleas may survive. Most bugs of Farloom seem destined for far bleaker fates. Indeed, a hopeful future awaits, and only because of yourself and your efforts. To commemorate our arrival, it would be my pleasure to perform a small service for you. I've been learning to sew. The little fleas have been gathering materials for me. I thought I could add an extra pocket to your tool pouch to make your travels just a little easier. We will gladly take that. That is going to be the final tool pouch upgrade. So now, between that and the tool damage, that is complete. A trifling favor, much less than you deserve, but still I hope it meets to your satisfaction. And so let's... Ooh, Fleetopia. I mean, yeah, it's still part of this area here. So Pale Lake has been renamed to Fleetopia. Very nice. Let's fill up. We might even want to do that with all our tools, just to do that while we have a nice full complement available. So previously when a curved claw cutter Delver's drill, we'll try to go back to that at the end, but let's purchase a bench first. Fill everything up. And that way our resources are well under cap. And that's it there, I think. Other than eventually filling up a reserve of some of the other ones. Okay, didn't even have to spend that much. No, let's put things back the way they were before, since that's how we had it. We'll also, I think, change the setup back to Reaper. We're already on the Wreath for the journey back through the Putrefied Ducts. And we might as well just talk to everybody, since the fleas might have something new to say. At longest last of our flea roamings ended, every sandy grain and stinky squelchy maggot was worth to endure to claim such a home. It's time to rest and celebrate, and none have earned such more than you, Miss Hornet. Raise your flask and drink most heartily with us. So many lost fleas have made it here. Truly, I'd never dared to hope we could gather such a grand company. But still, there may be more out there in this wide world. What a wonder it would be if they, too, found their way to a fresh paradise. And the spa is still open, of course. Dadeshna, dear one, Dadeshna, hehe. Same interaction as before. The big one's still doing well for himself, and then what does Vogue have to say? Bug not flee, my learnings all have been scratched to your maps. Can give no more. Leave now, seek and save lost fleas. We're a caravan, full and whole. So I want to say, okay, this is new. Maybe he gives me a passage somewhere. So many awful places have us fleas traveled. Many times I almost die, but here it seems safe enough. You will have rest too. There's space enough for us all now. Well, let's see, because the passage I was talking about. So this is where we got the craft metal. Didn't really seem to push beyond that. This was nothing. This over here totally seems like an opening. I've not found a way to get beyond there yet. And I guess the fleas don't really help on that score at the moment, but I guess we'll see. Well, let's see here. Now that we've unlocked Fleetopia, and we know we definitely have not finished mapping putrefied ducks, because first of all we have to find a flea. We know that there's some kind of breakable passage that goes down to the left side bench. We know there's another breakable passage that's going to get up to that top area where we found Vogue in the first place. So it looks like there's still more to discover around here. We just don't know how we're going to go about it. And maybe there's some movement skill or technique I haven't fully understood or mastered yet. Because we have to get through those blades with that flea in a citadel. I feel like maybe we drop towards that location though, after unlocking some gate. Yeah, we got how many fleas in the kettle for? 3 that I can see on this screen. 4. And we covered all the ones down here. So the 5th one in a putrefied ducts. I think we're just missing 5. As far as the map is telling me. So these 2 we haven't even sought out and attempted yet. This one I haven't figured out. This one looks related to something I haven't figured out yet, with that massive open passage that may or may not be a return passage, or may actually be something we're supposed to ascend once we find the appropriate technique. Here we just haven't found a passage to that one at all, but we found at least one place that seems like it's an exit from there instead, and so that we will need to figure out in some way. And of course, there's still something that we somewhere haven't mapped. I don't know if it's going to count as a distinct zone up here, or there's somewhere else that we just haven't managed to traverse to yet. But we'll have to see. Plenty of things left to discover. Well, I think there's one thing that we should do, which is to put on these spider strings and play for everyone here. Let's see how they do on this end. We haven't seen all of these singing together. Safe together, home at last. Soon the ritual bold, loud, strong. A ritual, you say? Swim and sing, ye stiffened shells. The road behind us all dangers past. We flees together till final bells. Rejoice, remember those long gone. We flees together till final bells. Soon the ritual bold, loud, strong. Did they sing the same thing on this side? Swim and sing these different shells. Yeah, you hear some different voices, of course, but same flea song. Well, I'm glad we witnessed it. I'm glad I bothered to check that they did have the new song here. That is something that you can bind with everyone within range. So now at this point, let's put this back on shards. So we can spin ammunition with abandon. I think this will be an appropriate place to pause for today. We seem to have achieved something very substantial here. Still don't really know, other than the Hunter's Journal entry, what we really managed to get out of the chakra duel in Greymoor earlier, which is repeatable. We'll have to find that out at some point. And of course, we've seen lots of hints of a territory that still remains to be explored, especially around the putrefied ducts. We still have several fleas that are problems that have remained unsolved when it comes to traverse towards them. So I actually kind of wonder, looking at the Cogwork core map here, if maybe there's a way for that to lead to a switch that will then lead to that central chamber in Coral Chambers, and then unlock a door that leads over to the flea from there. It might be something that intersects multiple parts of the zone, but we don't really know just yet. And we don't really even know yet what these two fleas over here will be all about. But yeah, definitely finding the flea mapping at all was just a massive breakthrough. So I'm glad we checked the putrefied ducts earlier and managed to resolve that accordingly. So in the end, actually, substantial progress today, despite the controller issue we had earlier. And I think we'll be quite content to leave it here until we are able to resume later this week. Thanks for watching. We'll see what our next destination may be. But until we meet again for even more flea finding and other delights in Hollow Knight Silksong, have a wonderful time ahead of you. And as always, fare thee well.